to amend the map.
This afternoon.
And it's, yeah, no, there's dozens of different plans all purporting to show what's required, but
No, absolutely.
yeah, huge.
Hopefully, I'm sorry everybody at home couldn't hear, but we haven't really got very far. We're just talking about the footpath that's to go over the the M2 with the proposed works, and we were told that basically footpath ZR185 won't be diverted, but there will be a new footbridge to accommodate the new junction. That's about it, isn't it? Good. All right. Thank you very much. So I think I was going to ask, have you got any comments on that, Bonnie?
Yeah, I have. So if I can refer everyone to a document that we passed on to KCC that the barrister felt was helpful a while ago when we were talking about footpaths. So I'm going to, so that you can bring them up, save the hassle.
I can't.
We're going to go to, they're not in the core documents, they're inquiry documents, and it's 100.9.1 for the north, but specifically for this one is 100.9.2 for the south. Yes, our colourful overlay maps. And so what one of our chaps helpfully managed to do was get hold of the footpaths map and overlay it with the scheme overlay there, so that you can see exactly where the footpaths cross the road infrastructure on the scheme. So if we go down to the bottom there and you look at ZR185, and this was the one where there was still Beaky, as I call it, the little roundabout that sits on the northern side of the M2, the new junction 5A. So Beaky, obviously, that beak comes out. But you can see 185 there crossing. Now, where it crosses, according to these plans, is just as you've got the exit slip roads. So they will be lifting off that lower ground motorway level and coming up rising up. Now, if they're rising up, then you've got to get lorries along that road and that elevation as it comes out of the ground and comes up to ground level to, obviously, for the exit there. So we don't really understand how that's not changing, because you've got to accommodate your slip roads. And it might be helpful if you got your chainage out on that and had a look at your chainage. So let's have a look. Well, I've got the Charles Associates drawings reference for you.
So what you're saying is you have to rise up rather than be...
Yeah, so what I've done a little excerpt there, because it's easy to talk to my drawing, showing that you've got embankments here, showing where you've got the exit road on the southern side going up, and ditto on the northern side where you've got the slip road going down to rejoin the motorway. So I think the consideration there is how that will sit, because it presumably can't be at ground level. Maybe if we could have an explanation.
Yeah, certainly. What I was going to try and do was take you to the most recent design with long sections for the junction that are in the Statement of Common Ground. Apologies, yes.
We've got one here that's spare, and I think there might be one over there as well. But one's coming your way.
It is 34.11.3. Point 11.3. I just need to. Only really referencing this one because it's obviously the latest version of the design, so it's probably appropriate that we refer to that. Sure.
There is not an 11.3.
34.11.3. Oh, okay. Let me just double check. I'm referring to the correct.
It actually, on the website, jumps from 11.2.1 to all the way to 11.4.
Yeah. Sorry, you're correct. It comes up with a different file reference. Sorry, it's 34.11.2.1. Sorry, when you open it, it changes the reference number. Apologies for that. Not helping you there, am I? Is that a better one?
Yeah, just to say, this is more just for the programme officer. I think on the website that it probably needs amending, because at the moment there are two versions, two documents on the website that are both called 34.11.2.1.
So it's
No, I'm just wondering.
It's the second one, which says M2.
For now, anyway, the second one of them.
Yeah.
But that will become, I think, in the end, 34.11.3, which is what it's supposed to be.
Do you know which one it is? Is it the first one?
The second one.
Well, if we go to page 56, it's PDF page 56, and then that's where the drawings start. There's a general arrangement drawing and a series of others that follow.
Sorry. 34.11.2.
So I'm looking at 34.11.2.1. This one here.
Why have I not got 0.1 on there? I don't know. Can you send that to me?
Yeah. It's on the...
Yeah, I've got 90.
Ah, okay. Sorry to... The westbound off slip.
Yeah, but it won't sort of, if it's left dormant, it won't need fast code.
This is rehearsal for what might be an extended session of this. So, starting at 56.
Oh, great, that's what I need. Okay, so the CDs are... The sections are discussed. Right, great stuff, thank you very much. That's really nice. Right, good. 3411.2.
It's 34.11.2.1, and it's the second one of the documents that have that number.
Oh dear, so what's happening here? Can you come and help me again? Sorry. I don't think this is the right...
What's the map?
I don't think the right... It's come up the right one.
Which
34.11.2.
point? 1. Here we go.
Oh,
PDM,
2.1. 34.11.2.1.
PW trial.
No, it's the second one.
No, not which I don't know where that's.
Just whilst you're doing that, what does VRS mean?
So it came to...
What does VRS mean? Crash barrier. Okay, that's cool. Thank you. Just new lingo for me.
Possibly in your own time, you can.
So if I may. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No. Okay. Sorry. Apologies.
Can you just wait till Mr. Ward makes the point? Yes.
Yeah, no, it was really just in many respects just to direct to the latest evidence that in many respects correlates in part with what Ms. Bonnie is saying, which is that the road does rise, but it's just really to allow you to understand the difference that occurs there, you know, exactly how much there is although the slip road has got a long distance to rise, it is making a rise. It's just absolutely correct what Ms. Bonnie says, but also the bridge is extended in length as well. So in terms of gradients and implications on the prow, it's fairly de minimis. But you are correct to say that actually there is slip roads now being crossed where it was only a main line being crossed. but it is in a sort of a handful of metres, and you can scale from this what that implication is, the difference between, using my hands here is a bad terminology, but the mainline carriageway and the rising of the slip road, and therefore the differential height that makes. So the actual information is on that drawing for you to understand exactly what that difference is. And I can... Because it's longer, yeah. So you've got to, if you imagine at the moment it's just spanning the mainline carriageway, and now the bridge, although on the same alignment, is being extended. So it's raised up a little bit, but overall, in terms of the sort of the topographic influence of the prow, it's fairly de minimis in difference. So yeah, gradients are affected by distance and height, obviously. There are a parameter of each. So in truth, it's really not a noticeable difference. But it is, Miss Bonnie is quite correct to point out that the slip road will be slightly higher than the mainline carriageway, although not at that point drastically so. Obviously, ultimately the slip road is taking us around and up and over the overbridge, and at other points the slip road is noticeably higher, to the tune of 6 or 7 metres plus.
Mr. Wild, was it page 56 that you wanted the inspector to turn?
56 is the start of the drawings. Sorry, for your reference, when you do have access to it. 59 has the chainage marks on it, and 60 has what have adopted the phrase chainage drawings. We would normally call them long sections, but I noticed during the landscape session but if you look at what is labelled as westbound off SL, so westbound off slip, which is the second of the two, you can then correlate between those two chainages and identify the sort of, say, 2 to 3 metre difference that we're getting at, and then rising obviously further as we go around.
Yeah, because your drawing, it actually says proposed replacement pedestrian footbridge, width 4 metres with parapets, approach ramp stroke steps to be confirmed.
Yeah.
So what you've said, because you've said clearly that there isn't any elevation difference. There's a little, but now we've come out that there's 2 to 3 metres.
Well, no, sorry, the difference between the current level and the current bridge and the proposed bridge. But as I was saying, the ramp is affected by the span that you've got, the time you've got to rise up, the horizontal distance, if you will, as you're rising to that level. I think on the ground, I might defer to Mr. Whittaker on this one, but I think it's already got an element of elevation change as you go up to go over the bridge. It's not. It would be wrong to suggest that this bridge was completely flush. The road is in a cutting to some extent, but there is a need to go up to get over the bridge to a certain extent. It's not what it would be if, say, we had a motorway that was flush to the ground. So I mean, topography is never 100% one way or the other. There's a variation as we go along. So there's a small ramp at the moment on both sides, and we'd be having a similar gradient ramp over a longer distance to get to the slightly higher crossing, to get the vertical clearances for, as Mr. Money quite correctly says, HGVs and the like that need to pass under on a slightly higher road.
So thank you for that. Yep. That's helpful. I think what's unclear is where those ramps start and finish on that. And I think that's fair comment, because what we've been concerned about is about the visual impact, because we're talking about the national landscape here, and the diagrams don't clearly set out potentially what that visual impact is there, because we can't see how far back we're going on these ramps, and also we don't know obviously the gradient on those.
I don't know whether this round table strays into visual impact as opposed to
well, we've
impact.
covered that.
Yeah,
in
so
landscapes,
just probably best not to get into that conversation. But obviously there will need to be a detailed design exercise done of this bridge and the associated ramps to ensure they comply with the design requirements and have suitable gradients and that they are usable and functional. We do have the benefit of space here, to achieve that and ensure that we can, there's no doubt that we can deliver an effective and appropriate footpath crossing in this location. That I think in terms of visual impact, without straying into that, even so just wouldn't do that. Obviously, we are replacing a rather large, heavy concrete structure that's there both in width and in its structural makeup for, I believe, and it's circa, I mentioned earlier, circa 20 plus tonnes of vehicle. It's designed for agricultural vehicles to be able to cross. So it's not just about height, it's also about massing, I would think, but I'm out of my, I not really shouldn't be speaking on to visual impact in that context. But it's a point of relevance.
Okay, I'm done on the bridge, but I do have something about 185 further in. I'll be led by you.
If I may, very briefly, a couple of observations.
You need to turn your microphone. I'm so sorry. You need to.
Sorry, apologies. If I may, there's an obvious need to divert the footpath, and I suspect that's what the 5 parishes will come on to, because it's affected directly by the footprint of the development further north, which raises the possibility of either a longer ramp or moving the bridge slightly east, if that's advantageous to minimise any changes to gradient. I think.
So will it be diverting the footpath to the north of the motorway, do you mean?
Yes.
But not to the south?
If you look to the north, it would inevitably involve
Yes.
movement to the south
But
as
not-
well.
Oh, you think it would? 'Cause
I think it does if you move the bridge location. You've still to tie into that location.
Because I thought we said that it wasn't going to be moved.
That is the
On
position.
similar-
That is the position currently. But clearly, once you're north of the M2, you're going to have to divert the right of way.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I said
yeah.
in terms of the alignment, I was referring to no diversion in terms of the bridge alignment effectively as it's currently proposed.
But it won't be in exactly the same place, will it? Or will it?
Well, it's the designs are shown at the moment. It is in the same place as the Prow improvement strategy sets out. There is a diversion of the route further north, but fundamentally the footbridge that's currently proposed is on the same alignment as the existing Prow.
So, but the prow either side might be.
On the northern side, yeah, there would be a diversion around the proposed commercial area.
Okay. So when you say it be on the same alignment, you're saying it will be exactly the same place. Is that what you mean? I don't really know what you mean.
So as shown on the proposed drawings, the bridge is on the same alignment as the current bridge. Then to the north of the M2, then the route would then divert off its current alignment.
And you think to the south it would stay the same? So it would go up exactly the same, go over the bridge, and then it will be diverted. Is that right?
So to the south of the M2, the current alignment as shown on the proposals, it aligns exactly where the existing alignment of ZR185 is.
But Mr. Rusting, you don't think that's the case?
Sorry, to clarify, that is very much the case currently. I think the point I'm making is there will be an order needed to divert the right of way to the north.
Right, okay.
And if it is advantageous in terms of the gradient of the approaches to the bridge to retain or make it more accessible, then it's probably a more beneficial outcome for the public to be prepared to move the bridge location slightly to the east, rather than introduce a greater gradient.
Anybody got any views on that?
Yes. Sorry. We've got it's a double-edged sword for us, because on one hand you've got accessibility, but equally we've got residents who live in very close proximity to this. We've had a discussion. They're just literally over the road. This is almost the closest point. And then obviously we've got the grade 2 listed property, Bexon Court, further down. So if we're shifting alignments on the south side, we need to have consideration, especially the visual impact here, because this is in the national landscape, and we've had a fairly lengthy and heavy debate about visual impact. This is a sizable structure. You've just said that. It's accommodating now agricultural vehicles. It's a big piece of kit. It's not going to, but it's still going to have, if it's going to have a long elevation and rising out the ground over a... So, I think I'm not clear on where the final position is. What is it the applicants are asking for in this?
Might I just, as will probably a theme that will run into latter sessions, a lot of the design work you see here has adopted a precautionary approach and a robust approach to the design implications. And I think Mr. Russling's point here is that crossing at the alignment as the design shows is the most, in design terms, most robust solution, because it's crossing a wider point of the road with the slip roads and with increased height. I think Mr. Russling's suggestion is that the overall solution that might be evaluated through the design process and the normal processes that need to go through might find that it's better for all, and that would be undertaken through a consultation process that would be necessary as part of the diversionary exercise and consultation with residents and other interested parties to decide what is the most appropriate way. But from a design point of view, and if you want an impact point of view, what you see on the drawings is the worst case and is the most robust. And it's the least impactful on the prow, so it retains the existing alignment. But there are processes and steps that will need to be gone through in that diversion to do that. From a design perspective, it is, I'll repeat the word again, very robustly designed.
Yes, please, Mum. Obviously, this is diverting it. It's a quite a drastic change in that this is current open countryside, and it's going to go into, what's this, an employment development area. Also, to make you aware that under CD... your big ones. So I was just referencing there an illustrative master plan. I think it's 2.2. Yeah. I think we covered ecology last week, and up on 185 we've got dormice, with actual dormice in those hedgerows, and I think they're talking about diverting them. Don't really understand how that's going to work, and obviously it is quite a drastic change in for those users along that footpath to go from that that countryside into what looks like an employment development area.
Well, I think yeah. I mean, there will be considerable changes, won't there? And a number. I mean, we can't go into every footpath. I think that's one of the points that Kent County Council made, isn't it? That Mr. Young made when he was cross-examining Mrs. Brockhurst, that there will be considerable changes as the footpaths which go out into the countryside now cross parts of the development. So that in a way is an inevitability, I would have thought of. I mean, obviously it could be mitigated to some extent, but that will happen.
I suppose it's the landscaping element, because obviously you've got dormice in there. So if you want the reference for you, it's CD 9.2.31, PDF page 90.
Okay, we'll talk to it then.
So, well, that just shows you where the dormice are along that footpath there, and obviously that it's a hedgerow environment.
Okay, well, let's not stray.
No, that's it.
Apology. So, anything else on that?
Helpful now, Mum, just to touch on diversion of rights of way in a broad sense, rather than look at specifics, and just to highlight that is subject to a separate process. So either through Town and Country Planning Act sections 247 or 257, or indeed if they're not specifically required to enable development to proceed, it may be under the Highways Act section 119. The importance is that's a separate process. They're separate processes, sit alongside planning.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of work done over the years to try and mesh them, but there's still an inherent friction there in the sense that it's a separate process. If there are objections to those orders when made, that pushes it to Planning Inspectorate to determine on behalf of the Secretary of State. The point always made and very clearly made is it's not an opportunity to reopen the planning merits or otherwise of the matter. But it is therefore, I think, fairly important when you come to consider the balance here and harm to fully consider that there will be impacts that are detrimental to rights of way when you come to divert and that they're properly weighed in the planning balance, because the rights of way order process isn't an opportunity to reopen those arguments.
So that's what you were saying when you were talking about the residual.
The residual harms, yeah, that's an element of. I'll expand on that later.
Want to say anything?
Just in terms of the, in a broad sense about diversions, and obviously the fact that we've developed a PROW improvement strategy that's been developed in engagement with KCC and agreed by them, and fundamentally it looks to safeguard and incorporate the existing PROW routes as much as possible within the scheme and to minimise the amount of diversions wherever possible in terms of the sort of operational phase of the development.
Further, a natural. This is where there's an inherent friction, because the diversion process, if you like, follows its own course with its own timescales. If it goes to the Secretary of State, it's generally the pins are working to a backlog there, so there's some delay. We can't proceed with any certainty until we have a confirmed order, or if the Secretary of State's made the order.
Even on a temporary basis.
Even on a temporary, but what we'd be doing is effectively aiding and abetting the obstruction of the highway,
Right,
which runs contrary to our statutory obligations to assert and protect. Which is, there's a separate procedure for temporary closures. That's Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, section 14 and 15. But they are. But what we can't really do is employ that to enable development until we're certain those orders for diversion or extinguishment, if there are any, are confirmed. That's to say, they're beyond the High Court challenge. Is what we don't want to do is to effectively facilitate development on a right of way, which obstructs it.
So development won't be able to proceed on that bit
It
until...
can't really lawfully proceed until those orders are confirmed.
Do you want to say anything about that?
Only that, I mean, yeah, fully cognizant of that, but the intention is for the improvement strategy to be developed into a PROW management plan that would be developed at the next stage of planning once the design of the road and the construction phasing is more established and known, so that those orders can be progressed and put in place effectively. So that there is a provision within the agreed strategy to enable those orders to be done at the appropriate time when the information is known. Yes, that would be the intention. I think that's the tier 2 is the key phase planning stage. So the assumption is that it would be developed for each phase of the development in that stage of planning.
So for each once the phase has been worked out, for each phase, I don't really understand these tiers, but I mean just in sort of like language everyone understands. So in each of the phases, there would be provision in the strategy for. In each of the phases, there would be provision in the strategy, would there, for temporary diversions, which would have to be approved prior to any development commencing. Is that how it works?
That's correct. Yes. So that would be part of the PROW management plan developed for each phase, effectively.
Okay.
Thank you. That's certainly the case, and certainly the strategy and management plan are intended to ensure timely applications are made
Yeah.
and that those orders progressed. With a clear run, no opposition, you're looking at months to secure a confirmed order.
Or even temporary one. Or
Temporary can be turned around very quickly. I think the issue really is that where you're looking at routes that require permanent diversion, you can't really build on them until you know that your diversion is secure. So it's not a case of saying, well, we're about to build 50 homes that cross the right of way. The Town and Country Planning Act order can follow at some point in the future. For now, we'll provide temporary provision, because if that order fails for any reason, you're left with 50 homes built on a right of way.
No, but a temporary one might be just for the construction, then it would go back to where it was.
Exactly, that's fine. They turn around very quickly.
So are they subject to consultation?
Notification.
Right, so,
yeah,
so people can't object to those?
They can, but there's no. They don't stand referred to the Secretary of State. I think the only way you could effectively, I'd give way to the lawyers on this point, but I think the only way you could effectively challenge it would be by way of a judicial review.
Anybody? Yep. Okay.
Fran, this is ZA185 that need to have temporary and permanent permission for diversion before the junction goes in.
If we take ZF185 and the bridge, if the right of way remains on its current alignment, and the end point of the development is that it remains on that alignment, there's no order necessary for the permanent diversion of the route, just as affects the M2 crossing. But there would be a temporary closure required while you execute the works and for the duration of the works.
What, for the new bridge, you mean?
Yeah.
I see. So temporary ones can be done quite quickly. Permanent ones take a longer time.
Take a longer.
So they have to be thought of quite.
Yeah, and you do need. They need to be precise, and that's why they're held back, if you like, until there's sufficient detail for any phase to allow us to know exactly where they're going, because the effect of that order, once confirmed and the new routes put in, is to amend the definitive map and statement, which is the conclusive record. So that can't be just points floating vaguely. That's going to be a precise alignment.
And with 185, can you see it's got a leg that runs parallel to Bexon Lane?
Can people hear what you're saying, Mr. Digan? I think you'll have to share that microphone, will you?
It's just a question for KCC really. With ZR185, not only does it travel north and cross the M2, but it actually travels west along the edge of Bexon Lane.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the highway drawing, the extent and access is a reserved matter, but it does seem to indicate that the junction would extend over a portion of the western arm of ZR185. And just the question, would that need to be temporarily and permanently realigned?
If you're stopping up any elements of the highway, that would require an order.
And would that be needed before they build the junction?
You would need to have a confirmed order before the junction's built. If it in effect, if it encroaches and it takes part of the highway.
So is a stopping up different from a closure?
Effectively you're stopping up part of the highway, so it ceases to be a highway, or in this case it may cease to be a highway.
That would be the same with the closure,
that description.
wouldn't it, or not?
It would be the same as an extinguishment, so in other words you're expunging the highway.
But the effect, I mean, if you're stopping up or closing, you still need to go through that process.
You still need
of
to, yes.
Consultation and whatever.
That's right.
Okay. Anything to say about that? Or that's very helpful background. Thank you very much. Not on my agenda, but it's good. Thank you. Now, sorry. Did you want to say something?
Yes, just I was looking at CD 8.3 because the applicant's drawing there shows that they've got these black arrows, which are, I think they're gateways, aren't they? Primary gate. It's a plan, sorry.
It's a parameter plan.
Parameter plan. And I'm referring to these dark arrows here. But it's because of the parameter plan, I can't see the footpath, the layering there. So maybe the applicant could help us out as to the connection, yeah, because they're saying they're primary connections, I think. I suppose is how that affects the existing 185. Do they correspond? Because here in their key, I think it says footway, cycle path, bridleway.
Happy to try and respond based on the development of that parameter plan. I think that's identifying the edge points where the development interacts with the, in this case, with respect to ZR185, the interaction with the Prowl network. So there's a black arrow around Bexon Lane, which is where, so if you, just south of that gateway, the primary gateway, which is where the Prowl interacts with, if you're on the edge of the red line, and then there's another point to the north, just south of the Kent Science Park existing, where, again, the sort of boundary of the site interacts with the Prowl network. So it's identifying those sort of entry and exit points within the existing framework network, I should say. Is that what you were seeking clarity on?
I'm just trying to understand the status of 185. Is it just a footpath? Because if not, what this parameter plan is alluding to is it's a footway, cycle path, bridleway. And that starts changing the dynamics of what that is and how that connectivity works.
I think that's a generic key that covers all. I believe for the parameter plan specifying inclusive of cycleways, footways, bridleways. So I don't think it's meant to differentiate, but you may want to pick up.
We're looking at KCC here.
I mean, as if I may, just well, as per the Prowl improvement strategy, it's not intended to upgrade that footpath to a bridleway effectively, so it would remain a footpath. Yeah.
So does that parameter plan, because obviously this is what sets in stone, isn't it? The planning.
But I mean, if you see there's I shouldn't really be explaining, but as far as I can see, these little arrows are all over the place, aren't they? And they seem to be at the edge of the development, presumably showing points of connection into the site. So it might be a bridleway, or it might be a footway or footpath, sorry, it might be, you know, I don't know, boat or whatever it's called. You know, so I mean, it's a sort of generic. It could be any of them, I think, at this stage.
And I suppose is obviously I understand this is outlined with as it is, but we're talking specifically to these particular footpaths, and I'm just trying to understand what it is. Are we, in effect, changing that dynamic?
I think we were told that it's not intended to change from being a footpath to anything else. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Is that right?
So I suppose for the decision maker is the clarity around that. Because I think fluffiness is always the downfall
Well,
on planning application.
Rustling, I'll have to turn to you again. If ZR185 is a footpath, we've been told, so if they wanted to change it to a, I don't know, byway or something, what would that process be? A bridleway, sorry.
It's helpful if we probably turn and deal with that point now. If the improvement strategy forms part of the statement of common ground, basically lists the rights of way that link with the site or within the
Whereabouts
site.
are you looking?
It is the
Where's it at?
page
It's what, sorry?
15, page 15 on to the appendix to the Browse Statement of Common Ground.
Oh, the tables. here we
Yes,
are.
tables.
We're looking for ZR185, are we?
It's very, very, very last one on page probably 20. And you'll see in the third column and fourth columns and fifth actually, there's no intention expressed to upgrade that. There are a number of upgrades within the site, and that's within the gift of the applicant to make those upgrades, and effectively to upgrade by agreement under Section 25 of the Highways Act
So what do you
to
have to do for that?
right away. That is just a straightforward agreement. You notify people, and that's done. Off-site, and there are commitments towards upgrading off-site because it's obviously not a great deal of benefit to the wider public to find that their ability to ride a horse through the site ends at the site boundary. So there's onward links. They can either be achieved through the same mechanism where there's agreement with the adjacent landowners, or it can be achieved by order under Section 26 of the Highways Act. Again, that's a consultation and notification process. Objections, see that referred to the Secretary of State for determination, usually in my experience through public inquiry. And if the order is confirmed, then that triggers compensation provisions within Section 28 of
So
the
you say
Highways
by
Act.
order? I mean, if it's on,
It's
if
by
no
order.
One, if no one objects, does it still go to an inquiry then?
No, if it's no objections, then it's confirmed.
So if there are objections, then it goes.
Yeah,
I see.
but confirmation triggers compensation in either event.
So there are some of the footpaths that are to be upgraded.
Yes, yes, indeed, quite a significant number. It's part of the strategy fundamentally for this strategy to enhance the PROW network within the site. So, just for clarity, the strategy is focused on the routes within the site as opposed to any off-site. But as Mr. Rusling has said, we list each PROW route individually and specifically state whether there's a potential to upgrade or retain its existing function effectively.
Give us an example then on the, from here. Yeah, somebody.
There are four, but the ZU31 would be a prime example.
What page is that?
So I'll give you the example and then immediately find out. Page 16.
Oh yes.
Yeah. ZU31, which is currently a footpath that links to a restricted byway. And the intent within site is to upgrade it to facilitate use by cyclists. We would argue in the broader benefit is achieved through upgrading by conversion to bridleway rather than cycle track, which is a slightly different process, but yeah, to all intents and purposes the same as that under the Highways Act. And to make sense of that and to provide onward connection into Sittingbourne would require the upgrade of ZU31.
Oh, I see. So just within the site then, where is ZU30? Oh, I know. I think I do know. I think I've been on it. Is that the one that goes down? Yes, that's right, from Sittingbourne. Crosses the... that's one of the ones that you'll
have met it if you
I walked along that.
yes, I'm sure you will have done.
Yeah. Anyway, so that is to be upgraded from a footpath to one that cyclists want to call
So
that?
it would be a bridleway or a
Right.
cycle track, both of which accommodate cyclists.
So can equestrian? What about
Our preference is that it's a bridleway because then you encompass the equestrian rights without any further debate.
Can I? Yep.
So what you're saying is that once it leaves the site, I think it goes across another development.
Swan Street Avenue development.
So what happens when it gets to the edge? Because you want that.
You want that continuation, and that's where the upgrade, either through agreement or by order, would be required.
That's correct, and I understand a financial contribution has been agreed to provide upgrades to off-site public rights-of-way where appropriate, has been made within the Statement of Common Ground.
Yeah.
So there's a financial contribution for upgrades. So, but they still need to go through the process.
Yeah, it's not simply a financial.
Well, they would need to go through the
Sorry,
process.
Mum.
Yep.
It's not just the effectively works that may be required, where it's easier to identify that financial contribution, but it's also the process itself and any compensation that falls payable under that, where we're seeking indemnification against an indemnity against those costs. And I think the applicant, I think where we got to on that for a drafting is that the developer, KCC inform the developer of any claims made and and give the developer the opportunity to defend the claims if they choose.
So will that be in the Section 106 agreement?
That's where I'm anticipating to find it. It's probably, yeah.
We better check that then, haven't we? Haven't seen that in there yet, but maybe it is. But you don't object to that?
No, that forms part of the agreed position in the Statement of Common Ground.
Okay, so I mean, if they're changing it in the site, then basically KCC agree. I mean, you've agreed anyway, and people don't. There's no chance to object to that. Is that right?
That's by agreement, so yeah that's.
But outside the site, there is a chance for objection.
That's correct.
And if people object, then it will go to an inquiry or something, and the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State, yeah.
I see. Okay.
Just for clarity on that, when we're sort of switching between pedestrian, cyclist, horse rider, obviously you've got a hierarchy of road users, names in the clues in the name. How does that apply to these paths? Is a pedestrian king, or because obviously there's people wanting to achieve different things for different reasons, but sometimes mixing pedestrians and cyclists or other users on paths is not a great idea.
That's fair. The design standards is part of it, providing adequate space. You'll see quite often, particularly in terms of cycle tracks, segregation. Quite often in bridle ways, you'll see within the width an element of soft surfacing that's more suitable for the equestrians and hard paving. I've got to say my preference is for the greater width, because people will make their own decisions, and as soon as you put lines down and paint people and cycles, you get arguments breaking out. Why are you on this side, when in point of fact there's more than adequate space if you don't constrain people. But that's a personal opinion. There is guidance as to design standards in LTN 120. Yes, I'm sure you've visited that. There's also possibly what you're not aware of yet, is it's still to be published, are currently in draft, process of being drafted, rural design guidance, which is the LTA from Active Travel England and Department of Transport. So, an attempt to soften them and make them less urban in a rural context.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Good, thank you. So, shall we grasp the crossings then? Because this is, I think generally Kent County Council is happy that they are where the footpaths or public rights of way, we'll call them, cross the relief road. They're either going to be traffic light crossings or overbridges. Is that right?
It may help if we start to the southwest on the master plan.
I was wanting to go through them all, but anyway, perhaps we do.
Well, no, I'll try not to. I'll just try and
No.
if I may summarise it. You
go ahead.
if you head north from on the illustrative
done-
master plan for the southern site.
We've done the ZR185.
Take that first. We've
haven't
done
we?
185.
Yeah,
You've then got Green Bridge,
Green Bridge.
the Green Bridge provision, which picks up a couple of other public footpaths to the north of the science park. At this point, I wish I had a far greater scale on the plan. ZR147, that looks to be the ZR138, I believe. Then we head through. We've got the country. You've got the nature area then, and then you've got country park.
Yeah.
That section's 40 miles per hour. You've got 3 rights of way cross in that country park area. I think you'll have been out and seen it. ZU31A, ZU34A, and I think ZU208.
ZR28.
We'll return to those in a moment if we may, Ma'am.
Okay.
And then we're through to effectively Oakwood Village and ZR197. 197's light controlled at grade crossing.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any dispute on that. If we to move to the northern site, there are in fact 3 rights of way across the northern
Hold on.
Relief Road. I've got them here. I should be able to list them. At which point I'm desperately searching for my notes so I can let you know the northern road, the ZR191 and ZR192, which sort of run south from Tong Mill, and sort of parallel, and you've also got ZR189, which crosses the northern Relief Road at grade just south of a roundabout. I think there is scope within green space. My view would be you'd remove the need for the crossings if you could bring that into the green space.
Is it
to
all
be
on one
provided to
side
the
then?
west.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But that's a view to avoid a crossing altogether. But that is subject to detailed design.
So you bring it in here, or you push that out?
Bring it down that side,
Yeah.
if it's all possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the other 2?
So the other 2 are at grade as well. There's I think that's for tier 2, the precise proposals, but at the moment I see those as at grade, light controlled, which would give you 2 crossing points.
I thought there was only one. The idea was only one, and then one fed into. There was that picture, wasn't there?
That's certainly the applicant's position. That would of course require a diversion of one or other or both.
What do County Council think about that?
I think currently, when you walk them, I think they make a loop, and folk will tend to head out on one and return on the other as part of a circular walk. So you would lose that facility, in effect.
So are we objecting to that then?
I would rather see 2, or at least, if you were to bring it to a crossing point between the 2, I would wish to see the provision run back to the original rights of way from that point.
But there'd be two light control crossings in quite
short distance,
short
and one close to the,
sorry.
and one quite close to the roundabout.
Yeah. So would that, in highway terms, be a problem?
Yeah, you ideally wouldn't have two traffic control crossings close to each other. I suspect one of them is close enough to the junction that's shown as a roundabout at the moment that you might be tempted to integrate that crossing facility with the junction, crossing in the vicinity of the roundabout, maybe without signalisation in that case, because you get the breakdown in flows at the roundabout that give you, that create the gaps for pedestrians to cross in two stages, and then complement that with a signalised crossing, without prejudice to the applicant's position, but taking Mr. Russling's point about retaining the loop.
So what you'd have, 192 would be signal control, and then 13.
Yeah, I'm just getting my maps checked. We're talking about the correct one. Oh, is it not on? Oh, sorry.
Oh.
The problem is when you switch a third mic on, it switches off another.
Right, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, that's the thing. So if you look at 191, it's in quite close proximity to the roundabout crossing. It's hard to see on that scheme because the roundabout is illustrated as a dot, when in practice it's going to be quite a bit larger as a junction. So you could integrate that into the roundabout crossing.
So you would have to have a bit of diversion there.
Potentially, but it also depends on the precise position of the junction in that
Oh, I
location.
see.
Yeah, so it's not that schematic diagram sort of underplays the scale of the junction, the roundabout in that place. And then I think, yes, if signalisation is ZR192 to avoid having successive signal crossings. It's to a certain extent, I think there is always this concern sometimes about lack of utilisation. If you've got two very close to each other,
Yeah.
how much utilisation will it get?
Okay. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's agreed. But yeah, our initial stance was to provide one signalised crossing, probably on the alignment of 192. But yes, there's certainly opportunity to incorporate a crossing into the junction for 191.
I think if that can shown to be compliant, then we prefer to see both ZR191 and ZR192 maintained on their current alignments to provide that circular walk.
But if it had to be slightly changed to cross at the roundabouts,
That
you still have the circular walk.
it would require an order, but
Yeah.
no, we would welcome that rather than pulling them. I think the trouble is you pull them all to one crossing point for those two particular paths, you'll effectively do away with that recreational opportunity.
Yes.
I've got quite a few comments, so shall we? Well,
Should we just stick with the north at the moment?
yeah.
We can move on to the one you're concerned about.
Okay, so let me skip through my notes. So we are, what's that one called? 191. Let me just skip to 191, my notes.
Not at all. Sorry, it was worth a go.
Have a better replacement now.
Oh, so, fine. Just let us know. We'll keep trying until we find one that works.
So I think, sorry. So on 191, which is all, the two we're talking about predominantly here, 191, and the other one is, what is it?
192.
192, yeah, running parallel to each other. So what I can tell you is, I know they are well loved, well used.
Yeah.
They also feature in your SANG, so I think they're quite important. Where 191 crosses,
When you say feature in the sang, you mean in the open space, which is
Yeah.
supposed to perform a sang
Function, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Where 191 crosses, believe that it also crosses at the point where there's a filter lane to go left out of, so if you're coming up towards that roundabout from the right-hand side, there's a filter lane that crosses it. So it's a wider gap, and that you've got to get up onto that structure there. So that's the first.
What do you mean get up onto it?
Well, I think it's quite a wide structure there, so there's going to be an element of probably changes, probably minor changes. Although my chainage drawings here are saying it's about a 3 metre change.
Will Mr. Wilder be able to help us in a minute?
Yeah.
Carry on.
So if I carry on, just to
So you're worried about getting up over embankment? If
Yeah.
It's embanked.
yeah, because this does obviously feature as part of the sang, and obviously if you're going to get lots of embankments, that obviously cuts that, but that's a separate argument. But it's about how you get up onto it, and then 191, where it crosses, because you've got a filter lane. And you're very close to the top of the attenuation ponds, you're going to have a structure to get across the attenuation ponds.
That's to the,
So I'm looking at CD 117.7. Yeah, 100.17.7.
what's that?
And it's a drawing.
Right. What's it from? What's the document?
Must be an inquiry document.
It's an inquiry document. CD 117.7.
No, but what is it?
It is. Oh, it's a drawing of the.
No, but what's the document?
It's called Drainage Layout Stone Farms Base.
Oh, it's part of the Stone Farm
Yeah.
pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right, okay, yes. Carry on.
So I think the footpath comes along here, and then you're going to have to find a way of crossing it. And we think where you might have to cross it will be over the top of the attenuation pond, which in itself will be a structure that will be built up. So we're just trying to think through the practicalities of that. I don't know, maybe the applicant can help us there.
Yeah.
The width of the road, we believe, is about 13.3 metres at that point.
I can try and talk through that without straying too much into the detailed conversation on. So the drawing you're referring to shows the Stones Farm attenuation pond.
What page, PDF page is it?
It's only a single
It's a
PDF.
one-pager.
Yeah.
It's just a plan.
So it's just one plan on it.
What, 117.7?
That's correct. Yeah, just one plan. Yeah, yeah. So what it's showing is the in a dotted line, the existing Stones Farm attenuation and the clash with the proposed, illustrative proposed alignment. So I think at that point, what Mr. Bunny's getting to is that what is the level of the road, isn't it, relative to the footpath at the current alignment crossing point, and would there need to be a level difference? So the illustrative designs that are in the current TA don't include levels at this point. So I think possibly Mr. Bunny's referring back to the original Northern application submission that included, as referred to as chainage drawings, etc. So we can try and I don't off the top of my head know the CD reference for the, I think it's 42 something, isn't it, which is the original transport assessment submission for the northern site. I'd need to just get some.
I can tell you. Do you mean the one with the infrastructure proposal?
Yeah, the original submission northern.
Oh, do you don't mean not Jan 24?
No.
Oh,
no.
Sorry, I've got
No.
the up-to-date one. Let me just find the original.
Well, the up-to-date one doesn't include vertical designs or earthworks, so it's just an
Oh, I
illustrative
see. So
horizontal
you want the
alignment.
pre-
So I think so that everyone knows, so you know where to go to. I think Ms. Bonnie's looking at that, aren't you?
What was it?
There weren't, sorry, Mum, there were no chainage drawings in the second round,
Yeah.
so that only have one set.
The first round is the same,
There are. It's broadly the same alignment, but there was the the horizontal alignment was changed to add cycle facilities, crossing facilities, but the design wasn't revisited on a vertical design. 46, 26, thank you. 46.26. Just looking at this just the other day, actually. That's the one, yeah. So I think we could go there, and I think that you maybe, again, yeah, take notes to go and look at that, and you can see in there, that's what Ms. Bynes is referring to in terms of the level differences between those. I'll have to just find that myself. It's been very slow to load, I'm afraid. It's quite a long, it's a very large file because it's a consolidation of all the volumes into one PDF. It's July 2021 transport assessment for the northern site. So it's a bit of a 978 pages, I'm afraid.
It actually is mine's marked May. That's the one. Or is that May 21?
Yeah, it's the file comes up as July, but
okay, but it says May on it when you open
on the
it.
cover sheet. Yeah, that's correct. And unfortunately, it's a very long file, this one, because it hasn't been subdivided. And it's going to be quite hard to find the stuff in there.
The section on infrastructure proposals, which is volume 6, begins on page 1. These PDF pages. Page 191 is where you get this chapter on infrastructure.
Vindicates our decision to divide this into volumes.
Exactly, yeah, very much vindicated, yeah.
So yes, I think the drawings are on page 214.
Yeah.
Onwards.
And then you get your
and I think
changes from 219 onwards, I think.
Yeah, and if you just wanted to look at the page 217, you can see, and you'll be able to line up the design in the latest TA and see that it's essentially the same illustrative scheme, and you can see the level differences there, and it actually does show a degree of the earthworks change that I think you're referring to. It's fairly modest, the level difference between the road, because the road essentially has effectively stayed at, if you want, at its level, and the ground has fallen away below it into that valley with the Tong, I think it's the watercourse that passes through there. The attenuation feature for the Stones Farm essentially sits in that, in the bottom of that valley. So the road sort of is very rapidly approaching back to ground level at the roundabout. So the roundabout itself is sitting at ground level, and at this crossing point, it is still slightly elevated over ground, but it's certainly making rapid progress. So if there were to be, for instance, a localised diversion of that route to cross at the roundabout, or to provide a facility at the roundabout, let's say, it may not be that the Prow needs a diversion, but you provide a parallel crossing facility, which is something that has been done in the past, because the highway itself doesn't prevent the right-of-way, but you provide a complementary facility in a more appropriate location alongside it, say at the junction with the roundabout. That would be broadly at level there with relatively minor level differences. But it's probably worth, when you've got your access to that file, to look at that with those references.
So if I may pick up on those comments. Yeah, I mean, I've drawn a nice little yellow line on my excerpt of that plan. It's because I think unless, of course, you've got a crossing across a filter lane. I mean, I don't know if that's what you're proposing, but you wouldn't normally. So if you're crossing a bit further down, more towards the attenuation pond, you're getting even closer to the other footpath where that crosses the road. So I'll come on to that. Where that crosses. So we've got, according to your drawings, on 46.26 for your notes, Mum, PDFs 217. The footpath ZR192 crosses there, and I think in the latest iteration of the layering of the Stones Farm maps that we've previously talked about came on board with the attenuation ponds, and you've got this effectively on this drawing here, you've got the road coming across, and then you've got attenuation ponds. So there's only effectively one way through. You go through like a T-bone shape there to cross. So from a footpath point of view, again, it's about the levels, but I think previously in Heritage we were told we were going under the road. I mean, I have to say this is where we get confused, because Heritage, I thought we were disappearing under the road. Now I think we're going over the top.
Chalk stream goes under the road, but with some sort of path next to it, but the right of way is further.
Do you want to speak to the mic? Sorry.
In one of the illustrative diagrams, what it shows is the chalk stream going underneath the road with a footpath next to it, so that rather than having a level crossing, you're actually traversing beneath the road. But remember, the stream's not a public right-of-way. The other public right-of-way, 192, is further to the east. From a heritage perspective, that 192's not shown. 191 is, which has a bit of a dog leg along the road and then a crossing and dog legs back up. That way it avoids the splay associated with the roundabout.
So what's the reference for that drawing?
That's 2.22. Sorry, CD 2.22. Just to highlight, Graham, that the stream's not a public right of way. I mean,
No.
you can walk along it, but
Got your waders on.
Regrettably, there are one or two that now find themselves in rivers, but yeah, subject for another day.
Right, okay, well, so you're a bit worried, you are worried about this 191 and how it crosses. But I mean, that would be something for obviously later, wouldn't it? And if need be, presumably, an application would have to be made to... If need be, an application would have to be made to divert the footpath, wouldn't it?
I think in this case not.
Oh,
So I best most peculiar, because the intent is that that road is adopted highway, is it not? And therefore, the footpath rights would be subsumed within the verge. It's a highway of a higher status, so you can effectively walk within the verge.
oh right.
You
So
have those rights.
if the 191 was to be the crossing was to go where 192 is, if you see what I mean, divert to cross and then divert back again. I don't.
If that could all be done within the confines of the new highway, you might not need an order. It'd be picked up through dedication of a new highway, effectively through section 38. If it's outside of those boundaries, then you'd need a public path.
You wouldn't be keen on it, is what you're saying, I think, isn't it?
I'd rather see it retained as close to its current alignment as possible. Notwithstanding, there's clearly a tweak needed to get it across the road safely.
But you're satisfied it can be done, Mr. Wilde?
Yeah, and I think it's, I mean, at the risk of coming back to this point about the illustrative design, one of the downsides for getting a precise answer to this now is that we'd be doing so in the context of a highway design that's subject to detailed design and rationalisation and optimisation, and it may end up being incompatible. So Ms Bonney's point about the width of the left turn lane flare, for instance, it's entirely possible that the robustness of the design will see that not proving necessary as we get through the design process and engagement with KCC, and therefore avoiding that point might not be necessary, and therefore to fix it now in terms of the Proud strategy would be counterintuitive, and it would be much better to bring those two things together in detail.
Okay, right, well I think we've had enough of that.
So it's just to clarify that on that is a 3.3 metre elevation change. So, you know,
Right.
on that chainage at, I think it's, for your reference, 860.
Sorry, what CD are we?
We're back to the 46.26 Transport Assessment, PDF 217.
Yeah.
If you look at chainage 860, it is a 3.3 metre change in level, so it's not insignificant. I'm only 1.6 metres tall, so that's twice my height. So, you know, from a footpath perspective, that is a reasonable climb.
So just to clarify, I think change 860 is the point where the crossing is shown on the design at the moment. The footway doesn't bisect the highway at 860. It bisects the highway at around about chainage 900 or so, 900 and a bit more actually.
Which is 2.2 metres.
With the level difference at the crossing point.
Which footpath are you talking about?
So it's 191.
191.
Yeah, 191. So I think this one is referring to chainage 860, which is the point, and it's the level difference between the road and the ground, if you want the existing ground level at that point. But that's not the difference that needs to be overcome by a walker, because the walker would join the road at a different... It's difficult to explain this without the drawing in front of you, I'm afraid. They would join on the alignment of the footpath. If they were taking the diversion, they would then walk along the side of the road, which is with the ground falling below it, but that's an irrelevance to the pedestrian that the ground's falling away, then cross the road and go back on the other side to get back on the alignment of the prow. The fact that the point they crossed the road is at 3.3 metres above the ground would be largely irrelevant to the pedestrian.
That's if they walked along the verges.
Or the footpaths, yeah. So there's footpaths on both sides of the road, yeah.
They were crossing the actual road at that point, is what you're saying.
Well, I think that would incline them to sort of climb out of the attenuation pond at that point onto the verge and then cross the road, which is slightly inconceivable as a concept, isn't it?
Sorry, Mike's generally, but that's on the side of a hill. That whole route there is on a hill. So you're traversing it. You've got a road structure that's built up. You've got to walk up onto it.
So it's very difficult to explain it without giving you reference to the drawing. It's just that level difference that you gave at 860 is not relevant to the pedestrian. That's what I'm trying to get using the prow.
Is that
not
why you've
stepping
not
up.
included it? Why you've not included your chainage drawings in your second round of transport information?
No. So I'm trying to explain why the fact that there wouldn't be a pedestrian walking through the Stones Farm attenuation pond and then seeking to get themselves up 3.3 metres at that crossing point. They would be on the alignment of the footpath, and then joining the footpath on the southern side. If we're doing a diverting to cross the road, walking alongside the road, and then crossing, it's extremely difficult to show. If you're diverting off the alignment of the path, yeah.
Yeah, what you're saying is if you would divert it, if you were crossing at the crossing point of 192.
No, not that far. Just the 40 or 50. Is it worth trying to share the laptop so you can? Is it worth doing this?
by all means.
Yeah.
Right.
So the point, you might be able to correct me if I'm wrong.
You can come round.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think you were talking about level difference at this point here, which is where the chainage 860 is here, where there's an island shown on the design of the crossing. At this point here, which as you can see is where the road is elevated as it goes across the valley. The prow is here. So if someone were doing that dogleg, which Mr. Russing referred to cross there, rather than just crossing the road on the alignment of the prow, the level difference there, between there and there, is not 3.3 metres, because it's the ground falling away that the walker never has to walk on.
Do you have any sort of sense as to how steep it would be, what gradient it would be, given the length of it in terms of the dog leg?
They changed the road, so you're walking alongside the road. What would be the level difference
I
there?
thought you were walking alongside the road to where so that, in other words, there was one crossing where ZR192 crosses.
Yeah, that's just down here, off
I
this
thought the
map.
idea was that one would walk right the way down
Yeah,
there.
potentially, yeah. I was referring to Mr. Russing's position.
Yeah.
I was referring to Mr. Russing's position about retaining this and what it would take to retain this alignment and have a safe crossing point based on the current design. And that's what is included on the drawings, which is this sort of, as you referred to, as a dog leg, a short dog leg, 40 metres or so, to get down to that crossing point there.
So what sort of crossing point would it? Sorry. What sort of crossing point would it?
Well, in
be
that
envisaged
situation,
there?
this design has it as a refuse island, but
Right.
likewise it could go back and into the roundabout instead in that direction, which I referred to earlier about integrating it with the design of the roundabout.
Along the edge of the highway verge, you mean?
Yeah, so walking west to the roundabout, crossing at the junction of the roundabout with appropriate islands.
So that would be at the same level as the road, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's exactly the point, yeah.
But But the
But the difference here is not the 3.3 metres is the difference in level at chainage 860 between this very much lower land,
yeah.
because it's falling away, and the road. But the actual experience for the user of the prow is to be from this point, which is very much higher and much more consistent with the height of the road. So there isn't a sort of 3.3 metre climb up to get to this footway, because it's...
Oops.
Sorry. Put it back on again. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to explain. The level difference between the road and the ground in the pond there is somewhat irrelevant unless someone were walking along here and then trying to get up and over here.
No, I do understand that.
Yeah,
But,
sorry.
But you need... Oh, no, I see. So you wouldn't need a diversion because of your point of going in the highway verge. Yeah, I think I understand that.
Yeah, and I suppose from the user experiences, you've got to walk down a hill, cross a road, walk back up the hill to get out the footpath the other side. So, you know, it's not a straight across junction, and it's not a level.
Yeah, so from a not a diversion of the legal right, but a diversion of the journey that the person takes. Yes, there's a need to go offline to, as this current design shows, but I think through the design process there'll be certainly an intention to optimise this as much as possible, and I think there's a huge amount of redundancy or robustness that would allow this to be improved on. So again, what you might get sick of me saying this, it's looking at a very much a worst case at the moment, as the design shows. If we adopt Mr. Russling's position, obviously Mr. Whittaker and the applicant's position is this should be consolidated into a single point between 191 and 192. But I
so
defer
it would be in the middle, would it?
Yeah, so I defer to Mr. Whittaker on that point and that would be a greater diversion.
You'd have to divert both of them. Oh, well, I suppose they both could be done within the highway verge, couldn't they?
They could, it remains our position. We would prefer to see both rights retained to provide
Yes,
that recreational opportunity.
Okay. Right, I think we've talked enough about that, if that's okay. We will have a break, actually, like now, I think. I'll see if I can get my laptop, what's happening with that. We have talked about quite a lot, and I think we've picked up quite a lot of things, actually, so I'm sure we'll speed up. But I do want to talk, when we come back, about B, which is the County Council's concern about those 3 crossing points merging into one. Right, okay, so we'll have a 20-minute break until 25 to 12. No, yep. Oh, that's all right. Yes, good. Okay. So the inquiry is resumed. And we're going to go on to the question of the road crossings of those 3 footpaths on the southern site, which are the ZR208, ZU31 and ZU31A. I think the proposal is to divert them so that they all cross at the same point. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So the intention is to divert ZU34A and ZR208 onto a crossing on the alignment of ZU31A.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And that would be a signal control
The
crossing.
intention, yes, that's the proposal, is for an at-grade signalised crossing that we agree with KCC is compliant with appropriate design guidance and would enable the prow route to be connected into the new facilities provided within the sustainable movement corridor, making a more comprehensive active travel network.
Right. And what about the other 2 footpaths, and how are they intended to actually get into it and out of it to go onto their normal alignment?
The exact diversions have not been specified at this stage. I think the intention is that they would divert, sort of to a reasonable distance to allow them to get onto the alignment of ZU31 to make use of that crossing, and then then we would seek to identify appropriate routings to get them back on their existing alignments where appropriate.
Okay. So, Mr. Rustling, this is the one point that you particularly object to.
Where to start, ma'am? I think take the broad point with any linear development such as a road or high-speed one would be another one. It's not unusual in a transport corridor to seek to draw rights of way to common crossing points. It may be slightly to the detriment of the user and harm, but actually, you're also balancing other factors such as traffic flow, safety, and the nature of the provision. So that's the first statement I'd make. You asked right at the outset, Mum, around gradients, and we were looking at the M2 bridge.
Yes.
But it may be helpful, I can certainly submit it as an inquiry document, that there is guidance in terms of accessibility. It's currently to be found in outdoor accessibility guidance published by Paths for All, but it had its origins in BT, Access for All standards and Field First Trust work. It goes back decades. That points to the fact that wherever you get linear changes to gradient, linear changes to gradient, that can become one of the most significant barriers to access for those who are wheeling, cycling, dare I suggest it, Mum, those of us who are getting longer in the tooth now and aren't as sprightly as we used to be, any changes to linear gradient are. And what we see along this, basically the multimodal corridor, we've got a road, a bus lane and cycle, so it's multi-user provision. There's a lot of work to be done on landform. In the world of rights of way, we usually move rights of way and the landform remains the same. Here it isn't. There's a lot of work to go on.
On this particular bit?
On the whole stretch, but particularly here, you've got cuttings, you've got changes to gradient. So I think the first point to make is that anywhere there's a change in gradient to existing user.
Can we just these 3 public rights of way, just who they're to be used by? So I think because one's got sort of dragon's teeth on it, so that's presumably a bridle way, is it?
No, if it helps, ZR208 is a public footpath. That's to say that the rights recorded on the definitive map and statement are pedestrian rights.
Yep.
So that's obviously on foot with a reasonable accompaniment, more often than
Okay.
not a dog. You've then got restricted byway,
Which one's that?
ZU 34A.
And that is
Pedestrians, equestrians, cyclists and horse-drawn vehicles.
oh yeah, you had a thing in your proof actually telling us all this, didn't you? I think as to what's what. So pedestrians, cyclists, and equestrians. Anyway, I'll just put those for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other one?
And the other one said ZU 31A, which
I
is
think that said you.
restricted byway, which shortly after becomes a public footpath, and thereafter actually links with another restricted byway, ZU 35.
Right.
So there we have a situation not uncommon in rights of way world, where you get two routes of a higher status joined by one of lower status. That's
And the proposal is that they would all go across at 31A, which is the byway.
a restricted byway.
Restricted
Yeah.
byway. Okay, yes, so carry on then.
They draw to that point.
Yeah.
So
Change of levels.
change of levels, and I think that can be seen on core document 7.31.6, is it? Yeah, 7.31.
Hang on a
CD
minute.
7.31.6, and that's PDF page 51.
50.
Hang on. CD 7 point,
31.6,
yeah, page.
51, 51.
Yeah, 50 and 51. 50 I've got.
Right, okay, just a minute.
51 just shows a little bit more.
Just a minute then. 731.
I wonder, Mr. Wild, if you look at page 51, there is a section in and what looks like a culvert. This is all to the east or to the right of public right-of-way ZR208.
Do you know, this is the one, I think, that just is blank for me. I'm just wondering if I should download it.
7.31.6,
I don't know.
page 51. 0.6.
Hold on a minute.
51.
How do I download it? Does anybody know? I can't see anything at the moment, you see, so... on this particular document I've found before, it's just blank, the whole thing. So that's not much good, is it? So I'm just wondering if I could download it.
On the right-hand corner, have you got the save button? Picture of a disc with a pen on it? No.
I've got the 3 dots. Will that... Oh, goodness, I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know, sorry.
You
Yeah, have a look.
stick it on
Yep.
the
Yep. That's basically what it... I think so. Seems to be. I think it's that one particularly. Is that big document?
Yeah, it is reasonable. Maybe you can. Sorry, don't mind, just
No, you carry on.
you might put a right click and go right straight from this, and then locally that might assist.
Sorry about this.
Sorry, we've got it on here if it helps.
Well, I think. Well, hang on a minute. Just,
Should we-
I
should we
see.
leave it here and then?
Yeah, just see because we might need it again, mightn't we?
Yeah, this is the whole document, so you can
Oh, is it?
move through. You
Okay.
can leave that document on there if it helps.
Thank you. If you can't, then. Ah, there we go. It's all right. Thank you. But thank you in case it goes wrong.
Page 51.
Page 51. Thank you. So we've downloaded it now, have we?
Yeah, it's just opened up. It's on, I think it's on the desktop.
Okay, great
That's
stuff.
less space for it, so that might not be easy to find.
That's fine. 51.
And it's just in case I misinterpret the chainage. I think the chainage section is on PDF page 58. The reason for mentioning it, and I might be wrong with the location, but it looks like there's quite a considerable dry valley and the road travels across the top of it, and there's a culvert that moves underneath it, and it is quite close to ZR208. And is it possible to reroute the right of way under the road?
Well, I think possibly looking at that same drawing, it might be worth your ZR208 you're referring to, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you look at, you don't necessarily need to look at the change drawings because I'll introduce another. I don't know if it was referred to in the other sessions as the tadpoles, which is the other terminology that, that we tend to use, which indicate the sort of direction of the slope.
Sorry, Mike.
Oh, apologies. Yeah.
Apologies. Sorry. We're on page 51 of that document, and you should see a roundabout to the right, and then a section of road with embankments shown with those tadpoles. And without prejudice to anything Mr. Whitaker says in a moment, the alignment of ZR201 is shown in a green line. 28, sorry, thank you. 208 is shown on the far left of that drawing on page 51. And effectively the length of the tadpoles dictates the length of the embankment, if you will. So so if you look at the, sorry, I know that's technical. So if you look at the, yes, they're tapered arrows, so they're sort of fat at one end and they tail off to a line. They're either side of the road. So if you look, and that's indicating a slope. They're the bits either side of the road. Yeah. So anywhere you see that just gives you an indication of, based on this design, it's illustrative design, where there is embankment and which direction it goes. So the fat end is at the top and the thin end is at the bottom. So if you look at ZR208 there, you can see that coming from the south, you've got sort of very tiny little lengths of tadpole, so really a very limited level difference. And I might just explain actually these white sections here. So that so if you look, if you go to the top of that tadpole, then there's sort of a white swathe between the road and the embankment that you can see there. So it probably merits some explanation. So when this was designed, it was designed with a view to having these significant landscape buffers as part of the planting area. And just for robustness in the engineering design, we assumed that was all level with the road. And then we started the embankment after just offsetting those widths either side of the carriageway. In practice, I think Mr. Murdoch can probably speak to this. That's a pretty crude and robust assumption there, because in reality you don't need to keep the landscape flat either side of the road.
So you just
would
on the back.
It would
Sketch there
Oh.
might actually help.
Oh yes, it does.
That little sketch, the bottom left one there, is an illustrative artist's view of the
This is from the
master plan document.
presentation.
Yeah, and you can see the crossing at that point, and you can see the buffers that run along parallel with the carriageway, and then you've got the sustainable transport corridor route. You've got a series of also interconnecting what I call cloverleaf trails onto the public footpath that take you in and around the country park.
That's ZR208.
That's it, yeah.
Have you seen that?
I have seen
That's
The illustration is just slightly out of date in that document, and that the footpath that you see in the distance is no longer crossing the road at that point.
oh yeah.
That's 208.
That's two.
Which one's 208?
The diagonal one
In the distant view.
Oh, I thought this. Oh right, okay.
So the one in the foreground
Yeah.
is the crossing point one.
Right, I see. So that is
ZU31A.
31A. Right, thank you.
So really just trying to allow, so you can see in that location there where 208, the alignment of 208 existing, again without prejudice to the position of the consolidation, is actually quite level. The road is at the same level broadly. There's a small amount of embankment dropping away to the north, which you can see from those tadpoles. I think Mr. Dygan's observation was about a more substantial diversion, or I'm going to correct myself there. So, deviation of the route that people would take to enjoy that, going over to where the culvert is. Is that what you were suggesting? And going under.
Obviously, I defer to my KCC colleagues. It was just a question as to if it, and I don't know whether it would be, but if it were okay to divert it, to change the direction, would essentially where the culvert is, where the tadpoles are actually quite large over the valley, could you make an underpass?
In engineering terms, the sense to that, my only reservations with that is that would be making a commitment to something under the this. Again, I'm going to sound like you're going to get bored of hearing me say robust, over-engineered design. As my evidence covers off, and I'll get to in the relevant session on that one, the road is very conservatively designed with respect to design standards, and therefore the nature of that embankment you talk about. So if you will, the rate at which you can go down into that valley and back up again, instead this current design assumes that you largely cross it, which leads to a greater massing of the road and a greater level of earthworks. It's unlikely that that's going to be needed when you go through the design process. So if we were to impose a sort of another constraint of a crossing under there, it would then enforce that requirement to do that. So from an engineering point of view, it might prove to be an unfortunate burden on the design to have an underpass that seemingly looks appropriate here, but latterly then forces that alignment of the road to stay high and have the associated works. So you need to consider the balance of other constraints, such as sort of implications of the earthworks visually, the height of the road. So I think I think there'll be a risk in that going down that road. Okay, going that route. Sorry, Steve.
Sorry, I thought you said that green line was ZR208. I thought the crossing. Microphone. I thought you said that the green line was ZR208, and it says it on the plan. But I thought the crossing was ZU31A.
Yes, that's very much correct. So yeah, where we're proposing the crossing is not on this drawing at all. As we were directed to, it's further to the south, or sorry, forgive my orientation. So it's actually shown on drawing 50 is where or page 50 I should say, apologies, is where the alignment of ZU31 and 31A is where the proposed crossing is.
Right, so here, what would happen to this then? This would just go into the...
So again, we're on this, as Mr. Wild just explained with regards to the tadpoles there, you can see on the northern side of the road, it's relatively sort of at grade. There's minimal earthworks proposed there. Obviously, we have to be cognizant that this is on the side of a hill, so beyond that, the gradient very much goes down, having walked that. So beyond the earthworks, we're on that public right of way to the north is then heading down the hill.
Yeah, but I thought that wasn't going to be a crossing point there.
On ZU31.
No, on ZR208.
No, sorry, no, that's correct. There isn't going to be one on ZR208.
So what's going to happen to it then?
So it would be diverted onto the alignment of ZU31, where
It doesn't really matter whether it's at grade or not, does it? Because it's not going to be used.
Sorry, I was talking about the gradient at the alignment of ZU31 when I was speaking there. Apologies.
Oh, so I thought we were looking at page 51.
No, Mr. Dygan directed us to page 51, where the proposed crossing is on page 50.
Well, that's not what Mr. Wild was talking about.
Just to go, sorry, I was, yes, as Mr. Whiskey says, Mr. Dyken directed us to page 51 to illustrate the idea of a alternative approach, I think, to diverting 208 along the road alignment and then crossing at ZU31, and instead going for a subway crossing or an underpass to that effect. Yeah, so I was just referring to that.
Oh, right. Okay, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're going to have 2 minutes silence. Just Just a minute, just a few seconds. So we'll start now. So back to our plan, so it's page 50 is the plan that we're meant to be looking at, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, that's where the proposed crossing is.
Right, okay. So which of those two green lines is the...
To the one to the
left?
to the left of that page, ZU31 as it's shown on that drawing, although it transfers into ZU31A somewhere within that
So
road.
it's the left-hand crossing?
The
left-hand bit.
the one on the left-hand
So-
side.
ZU31A would just continue along its alignment then, wouldn't it? It wouldn't,
That's correct, yes.
and it would go over a traffic controlled,
A signalised crossing,
yeah.
yes.
And presumably that would also take it across the busway and the what about the corridor for pedestrians and or cyclists rather?
So the signalised crossing would be over the road itself, and obviously there would be facilities in place to enable access into the footway cycleway facility.
But it would also cross the the buses would have to
It would-
stop. Yeah.
Yes, well, yeah, obviously the level of traffic on the busway will be significantly less, so
Oh, yeah, but
whether a signalised crossing is required over the busway is...
anyway, it would be across there, and then that one, the foot path to the or the public right of way to the right is
ZU34A.
34A. So so that wouldn't need to be diverted, would it, or would it?
For the section
it
where
would.
it crosses the road, yes.
Yes,
So
it would, wouldn't
obviously
it?
it connects in the southern side of the road.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it would divert to the north of the road, presumably some sort of parallel to it, and connect into ZU31 to the north of the road and then cross over.
And what about 208? How would that?
Again, the exact parameters for that haven't been agreed as such, but the premise for it has. But again, it would presumably be a diversion, probably on both sides of the road to connect into the the public rights of way that are there.
I
So
see. So, Mr. Rossing, your point about the gradients. So on the northern side, it looks a bit. It's presumably just the land that's falling away. But on the southern side, there would be, if you're going from south to north, you would go up. Oh no, you'd go down, wouldn't you? Is that correct? Sorry, south towards the north. Isn't the land falling away like that?
If you look on this, it's got the arrows under it.
Oh, is it?
You see the contours?
Oh gosh, right, okay.
Falling.
The land,
yeah,
land's falling away, isn't it?
yeah, it's falling to the road. Yeah.
If travelling from the
Oh, I see, okay. Well, so you would be going up, down.
Well, yeah, just to clarify, so if you're talking about the land, the crossing point on the road relative to the land joining it,
Yeah,
coming from the south,
yeah,
heading south east, heading northwest, you would be dropping down to the level of the road to make the crossing.
south to north.
So the road on the north is slightly in cutting, effectively. Yeah, it's a slight cutting there on this design. So you would have to drop down, and obviously in the opposite direction, you would climb. You'd be walking up.
Yeah, I think that's what I meant.
Yes, exactly. You were right
Yeah.
first time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, because the land is going down, isn't it?
The proposed embankment, if you will, is.
No, I mean the general.
Oh, general land is definitely
General
yes,
slope
it
of
is.
land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the road cuts into that more
Yes,
aggressively,
yeah,
effectively.
yeah.
So creates
Yeah.
that embankment you see with the tadpoles again.
So so you'd be going down to the crossing slightly,
Yep.
and then you'll be more or less with the gradient of the land then.
From then all the way till the edge of the proposed works, where you then just
Mm.
carry on to the north as whatever the level of the road is there.
Okay, so now put your concerns.
Well, however you look at it, any operation involves could or build upon an embankment. Smith, you are. Yeah, any operation that's involving cutting, filling, building up embankments is introducing a gradient that doesn't currently exist. So there's going to be some careful thought to design that you're not introducing gradients that actually disadvantage users.
Yeah.
So that would usually point towards having to cut across that slope in some way
Mm-hmm.
to retain, in ideal circumstance, a gradient of 1 in 20 or less. You've got a similar issue with ZU 34A. I mean, that would be diverted to the north and would follow the fall of the land. Generally, I would suggest, but that obviously requires an order. ZR 208, and I accept the exact parameters aren't known yet, but and we've explored the possibility of going through an embankment below the road a little while ago, but actually you're looking in all probability at diversion south of the road to pick up that crossing point.
But you'd also have to divert north, wouldn't you? Because if you're coming from the other way.
You divert from a common point, Mum, so that would be Church House. You'd probably take it right the way back to almost Church House and then divert from that point A right across to ZU 31A, so it would effectively remove the section north of the road as well.
Yeah, you'd have you have to you would have to change both ways depending on which way you're going, wouldn't you? Yeah.
It would interrupt you. Whichever way you approach it, you're going to have a different journey.
I mean, you say, the only thing I would say, from my own observations and walking these paths, I'm obviously nowhere near like any of you in terms of knowledge, but the paths around here are certainly not level, and there's some pretty steep ups and downs. So would people perhaps who use these paths be fairly used to those changes in level, or more so perhaps than some other areas possibly?
They would, but then you're introducing a much steeper gradient over a shorter distance in general terms.
But only on that small bit though.
Only on that small bit, but that might be enough to prevent use.
Yeah, sorry. Just. Oh, is it?
Oh, did it just go off?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Because I pressed
Sorry.
it on. Sorry,
No, that's fine. I've finished anyway.
I was just going to, accepting Mr. Russing's point about the embankment there, it should just be clarified that it doesn't need to be over such a short distance and at that gradient. It would be entirely possible to taper that embankment back into the existing, in that case, downhill from the south coming into it. I think probably a 1 in 20 would be optimistic because I suspect the ground is already steeper than that in that location considerably. Yeah, so you already, but you could get it, I think, to the point where, in that case, it would be a sort of an imperceptible change in gradient for someone approaching the crossing point. It's essentially crossing has been overlaid on a conventional highway a highway 1 in 2.5 to 1 in 3 embankment, which is not what you would do if you were integrating a crossing facility. So there would be a change there. So I think it would be difficult to perceive the difference in that location.
Right, so it could be made a shallower.
Effectively consistent with the existing the existing level, because effectively the road is sort of a relatively minor cutting in. As you can see, it on the northern side, it's at the same level as the land, so it is consistent with the land, if you will. It just happens to have a localised cutting to minimise the width of the earthworks. But there's no reason you couldn't make them wider and shallower.
Just to add, sorry on that, sorry to interrupt, but just to, and not even on a point of law, but just for context, we're talking about the diversion or the realignment of these paths to the north and south of the proposed relief road, but just as we've got Mr Murdoch here obviously as well to talk about green infrastructure, all of these paths running through proposed enormous areas of a completely publicly accessible open space. So which of course is a complete difference from the situation at the moment where it's all private agricultural land. So the experience as a whole, yes of course getting the alignment is a matter for detail, but when we're thinking about the actual user experience of these rights of way, it will be completely different because they'll be able to essentially roam free regardless of what the final alignment of the path looks like.
Yeah, just to add to that is that these diversions do fall within the country park, and it's within our gift to then fine-tune the alignment of those diversions, so there'll be opportunities to create shallower gradients, making the path slightly longer, or in places slightly shorter, slightly steeper, but it's within our gift through the detailed design to make sure that we can actually create an ambulatory route within the country park, taking on board the required gradients for the 1 in 20, 1 in 22 we normally like to go for. But like I say, it's within the country park. We've got extensive proposed landscaping which perform nice visual buffers to the Southern Relief Road as well. So there'll be much more improved linkages than we currently have at the minute. And integrated with that would be elements of seating. There'll be improved landscapes. You'll definitely need it. But the walking experience will be greatly improved through the biodiversity that comes through with the planting we're putting in there, and hence the experience to the walker would be an improvement to what we've got currently.
Right.
Want to comment on that, Mr Russing?
Yeah, I'll start with the able to roam free comment. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm a great proponent of access land and the ability to roam free. The reality is on much of that people will stick to defined routes. And I've wandered all over the fells, quite often lost. And I'll tell you now, you tend to stick to the defined routes. So yes, it will be a different experience. I don't express an opinion on that. I would say it's other than say it's a country park area that's bisected by a transport corridor, and that rather, if you allow me, points to the light controlled crossing point within that environment is compliant. That's a matter of common ground. our view is that the best experience for the users delivered through a grade separated crossing.
Yeah, you
Sim-
have got one, but you're thinking you should have three.
particularly in the middle of a country park, in an exemplar design landscape-led scheme. Our view is there are pros, and in fairness, the applicant has done some work, and they acknowledge there are pros to a grade separated provision in terms of continuous provision for the user. I believe it was dealt with also in the ecology evidence. It's that continuity of provision. Also, if you like, as a wildlife corridor, there's no delay to traffic. You've got free flow below grade separated, reduced risk.
Well, of course, you would, if you had three in a short space, you would delay traffic, wouldn't you?
My knowledge of the traffic flows and modelling isn't sufficient to
Well, I
answer
think
that for you, but I'm
potentially
sure
there's going to be quite a few cars going
you would
through here.
you would assume there'd be a degree of frustration if you were stopped at every set of lights. Yes, we'd reduce that. It already does. We're consolidating it around one point. That seems to make sense. But actually, to grade separate it, we believe's a further step forward in terms of the user experience. And we say with that, there's a lot of earth to be moved, quite a bit of land involved, and that we believe that's feasible. We're not wedded to a location specifically as although we're currently looking at 31A. If there were areas within the country park setting that would better accommodate it, I think we wouldn't be opposed to that. But at present, we view an at-grade crossing as sort of breaking your journey, if I put it that way, adding interruption, adding lights into the country park environment. So our view certainly is that grade separated is to be preferred.
But as I understand it, maybe I'm wrong. The light crossing that's proposed, that would be grade separated, wouldn't it? Or isn't it?
No, it's at grade.
So what are you proposing? The bridge?
Bridge.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Sorry.
Yes,
Christian.
So we accept, I think, the merit of putting the 3 footpaths in one location, because this is meant to be a major road.
Right, okay.
And obviously the disruption that you're fully alive to would be completely counterintuitive to what is a road of this nature with its function. The second thing is that we're talking about public rights of way, the primary purpose of which is the enjoyment of the countryside, which the appellant, through Mr. Simons, has sought to emphasise. It's a country park with extensive... So it's the countryside experience, but there aren't that many country parks with a very significant bypass running straight through the middle of it. And so, when you go to Chatsworth, you don't. There's a lovely road up to Chatsworth House, isn't there? But it's not sort of on this scale. And so you enjoy the grounds of Chatsworth, but without sort of being on something that looks a bit like a trunk road. So I think to get the experience, one might think it would be best to have actually not just a bridge, but because there's so much earth movement required, to actually have a green at-grade crossing, like's been proposed elsewhere.
So a green
grade
bridge.
separated. Sorry, grade separated. Like
Not
is being
at-grade.
proposed elsewhere. No. Forgive me. So.
Green bridge, you're saying?
Yeah, because if it's a country park, let's try and make it as much as possible as a country park. And if we're being reasonable to consolidate the 3 footpaths to a single location, let's make that a footpath experience rather than a road crossing experience. Otherwise, the country park is rather less a country park, isn't it?
Yeah, right. So was the green bridge proposal of the county council? I didn't understand that. Didn't realise you were asking for another green bridge.
Grade separated.
Yeah, I know you
we
said
were,
grade
and that's-
separated. Yeah,
that's-
yeah, I understand that.
So-
But I didn't understand it was to be a green bridge. I just thought it was a bridge.
We see it as a green bridge.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so from the applicant's perspective, we through our engagement with KCC, we did look at potential grade separation here in the form of an overbridge. It is quite challenging to deliver that fundamentally because whilst not shown on this drawing is obviously that there's quite a significant drop off to the north. Down as you head north, it falls quite significantly. So whilst we are talking about gradient, obviously to provide an overbridge you need to bridge over the road, and there would need to be appropriate ramping and so forth for that to be appropriately accessible by all people. So the real...
Well, I suppose you'd have to have some sort of a ramp. Yeah, you'd have to, wouldn't you, to get them over?
It would certainly need to be ramped, and that is one of the key challenges really, because obviously you are ramping up, but you're then trying to catch up with yourself onto a down gradient effectively. So those people approaching the road from the north effectively are climbing up. They would then have to ramp up to an even higher gradient to be able to cross the road. So that ramping to the north of the road, certainly on the alignment of ZU31, would be quite significant in length to enable you to get up to the appropriate height to cross the road.
Mr. Ward, do you want... Oh, sorry, carry on. If you...
Sorry, and fundamentally as well, just from an access and movement perspective, we think one of the key things here is that this high quality infrastructure that's being provided here, dedicated cycle and pedestrian facilities, that allows the PROW network to form part of a more comprehensive, wider network, providing greater connectivity for people, linking some of these PROW routes that are kind of intermittent and aren't connected and rely on rural roads in some locations to link them. So this is a sort of connecting infrastructure, and we just think from a movement perspective, this creates a more comprehensive network for active travel users, aligns with the policy in KCC's ROIP policy. One of its key themes is about evolving the network and connecting the PROW network to existing active travel and wider active travel facilities. So that's our proposal and the reasoning behind our proposal effectively.
Mr. Wild, do you want to...
Yeah, I might just pick up on and reaffirm Mr. Whittaker's point. And it might be useful just to draw a parallel between the bridge we were talking about earlier in the cutting of the M2, ZR185, where the road is lower than the land on both sides. So therefore the delivery of bridge there is considerably easier because you're joining two equally level pieces of land, very crudely speaking. Mr. Whittaker's point is that the land is actually falling away on one side and higher on the other. That makes it maybe comparatively easy to connect to the southern side, but incredibly challenging to connect on the northern side. Also, just to highlight again, similar to the point that was made with respect to Mr. Dygan's observation earlier about looking at the current illustrative design and the associated earthworks, and then effectively trying to retrofit a solution to that. There are some areas on this road where there is cutting further along away from ZU31. However, it's not necessarily the case that level of earthworks will be retained through the design. Again, it is a worst case design for the purpose of environmental assessment. It may be the most optimal design of the road, which is to hug the ground as much as possible within appropriate design standards. As that goes through the design process, is likely, and again I refer to my evidence, and we'll discuss this in the appropriate session, it's likely that the levels of earthworks and cutting will be substantially reduced as we go through the design process, and therefore the bridge would be more incongruous than it might be if you looked at the design we have now. So again, it's quite a risk to take the very robust illustrative design we have here and assume that it's fairly easy to plug a bridge into it. So that would be, from a highway design point of view, a concern. Same as the point with the underpass, presuming you have it and can retain it. Just if it's useful to just quickly pick up on the the transport point that Mr. Whitaker picked up on about the importance of interconnectivity, the sustainable movement corridor and its interconnectivity to both the Prowl network and all of the other connectivity points. The Prowl network does have the opportunity to add to the sustainable, if you want the radial connectivity, particularly ZU31, it is on a radial alignment towards the centre of Sittingbourne, and there's an opportunity for the connection with that and the sustainable movement corridor, the pedestrian route, to be able to then funnel people onto those routes. If we have a grade separation, then you're creating a barrier to that intersection between the proposed corridor along the alignment of the road for pedestrians and the Prowl network, which, as Mr. Whitaker said, is sort of counterproductive to the objective of maximising utilisation of that. I can come back to the point on the traffic concern, which I think was mentioned earlier. I can deal with that now if you...
Well,
if you don't
I
want
don't
to.
think the idea was, I mistook it, the idea isn't to have 3 separate
No.
crossings anyway, so that's fine.
Good. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Just add one more thing before it goes back, just to say that in terms of LTN 120 compliance, you picked this up already, Inspector, but we are all agreed that an upgrade solution would be compliant with the standards in LTN 120. I appreciate that Mr. Young's comments relate to the sort of broader experience of a country park and all the rest of it, but in terms of compliance with standards, yeah, absolutely, and a signal controlled upgrade solution would be compliant.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mum. There's quite a lot to unpack from all of this. So let's deal with one of them. So at the moment, what we've got is a vast expanse of open countryside. And these are possibly the most well-walked, well-used paths. And that's not just from people from Rodmersham, but that's an awful lot of people from the south side and central Sittingbourne coming out into the country. And part of these paths are used by people, certainly from the south side, as a means to get into town. We have no bus service in Rodmersham. And as I think you quite rightly pointed out on our night visit, Cromer's Road is a scary road. Highsted Road is equally a scary road. Some choose to walk the footpaths as an alternative means to get into Sittingbourne. I know someone who regularly walks down to the Fulston Manor estate to see her dad and uses that. Another one who goes to pick up a dog she takes. So people to get to school, all sorts of people are using these footpaths. It's not for leisure. This is no holiday. And the assertion of this large country park being purely for leisure, this is a means for certain people. I mean, I know someone who doesn't drive. This is their means to get into town. And there is a steep gradient there. You'll see on our combined picture, which is why we did it, this overlay of the OS maps with the footpaths, is you can see it's a steep hill here. We have a busway, and please don't confuse the busway with a bus lane, because they're different. One's got ruts in the ground that the buses run along. And as we put a comprehensive bit into the transport, we're concerned about that busway and how that's crossed.
Do you mean going along these?
Yeah, along the Southern Relief Road. Yeah. Because we've got this at the moment, and this is the big problem that we have as a community, is we are told we're having an at-grade crossing. There's obviously, this aspiration from another party to have something else. We've tailored our comments to having an at-grade, and we've had a discussion at Landscapes about this. And if we're talking about an at-grade crossing, that's something else that we'll need to deal with and probably come back and comment on. And I don't really want to revisit that can of worms, but if we do, we have to. But that bus...
A bridge?
Yeah, a bridge, because the visual impact of that, if you're coming from... So it's all right, us walking down a hill, as it were, towards Sittingbourne, but if you're in Sittingbourne looking up, and they will be looking up at this road, and they'll be looking up at whatever is on it, or over it, or through it, it will have a huge visual impact, but also on the users of this, what their experience is of walking along this route or cycling or whatever it is they're doing along this route. So if we got a busway, what we learnt from Cambridgeshire and the Health and Safety Executive and their fining of Cambridgeshire on their busway was that they're now going to have to put in extensive works to fence it off. Now, fencing it off is a barrier, and obviously we don't want people willy-nilly crossing this Southern Relief Road, so we're trying to funnel them presumably into the minimal number of crossings here, which does have a profound impact on those 3 extremely popular footpaths. And when we talk about fencing it off, it's also how that crossing works. So we've seen some designs there. I'm not aware of any national standard for a busway, but you can correct me. I'm happy to be corrected. But the Health and Safety Executive came down like a ton of bricks on Cambridgeshire County Council with a £6 million fine because of the deaths on incidents on crossing that busway.
Was this in the town? Sorry. Was this
It was just people using the busway. They'd got... there were
was it in the city? There was a bus?
No, there were all... There was at least 3 deaths.
Yeah, but... Well, I don't know anything about
No,
this busway.
but we put that in our transport evidence, so you can have a look at that.
I haven't seen the transport evidence.
Okay,
I've got it, yeah.
so we've put that in there,
Okay.
but there are great concerns because in the illustrative master plan, it shows 1 carriageway for the busway. Now, we've been told I think there's 2. There's 2 carriageways, so you've got a bus coming in each direction or on the busway. So this is
Do you
wider.
want to just answer that? Just that point quickly.
Yeah, well, I'm run the risk of going into the highways evidence, but I'm happy to.
Is the busway 1 or 2?
Well, the busway is actually just an area set aside for latter determination of the best way of utilising that space. So
Right,
if you go back to the transport assessment, I think assuming a Cambridge-style busway is applying too much certainty to what is meant to be a space made available to prioritise public transport and also to promote innovation, options that might not exist technologically. If you go back through the sustainable transport strategy, it could be semi-autonomous electrified vehicles. So it's meant to be setting aside a space that we can develop through the transport strategy, primarily saying that we have priorities. So there is a. I mean, this is a topic that probably merits consideration on the highways, yeah. But I think it's a bit dangerous to run to the conclusion of what we have today in one location is what is being proposed here. So I think that's probably as far as it should go now, unless you wish to.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So on that cheery note, we're not exactly sure what we're getting, we're not exactly sure what we're talking to, and we're not exactly sure what we're crossing here. So I've got an illustrative master plan, which is clearly just illustrative. I've got a busway, which is now not a busway, it's just an area. And I don't really know what I'm crossing here or how wide it is. We've been told that this is the worst case scenario because what is clear from these drawings, because we dropped down, 3.5 metres, I think it is, on the chainage here. I'm at a loss as to actually, because the impact for these popular, I mean, I can't underestimate the use and the importance of these to the local communities, and it's not just for leisure.
Okay.
So let me have a look at my notes here.
So you would be against a bridge, is that what you're saying, I think?
Well, I don't know what it looks like, and I'd like to talk about the Green Bridge and how the footways, because we sort of skirted
we're talking about this.
Yes, I know,
So
but
let's not get diverted.
absolutely. But if we need to see how they are, or how pedestrians walk across it. Because if I look at the other ones in the scheme, it's not obvious as to the routes that will be taken for the pedestrian, because we've got some meandering routes here.
Maybe that will be all part of the strategy, which will be
Quite.
later.
And we're taking into account now the impact on the prows and the users of the prows and what it is, what their experience and how they use them. as I've said, this is quite a profound change, and I really don't know what we're talking to now anymore.
Well, when you say it's profound change, what do you mean? The thing about
Well, we talked
buses?
about landscaping and possible landscaping buffers. Are we talking, you know, the experience at the moment as you walk up there is you go into a big expanse, you've walked up there. If we're now talking about having a bridge with trees on top,
Well, that was what Kent County Council.
absolutely. But then we've
Not what the.
the applicant said something different and talked about putting in landscape buffers along the Southern Relief Road, which are sort of a tree-lined, I suppose, almost avenue, kind of go back a bit deeper. But that, again, is a different experience to what's currently there. So,
Well, this will all be something that's.
Secretary of State.
Well, I mean, the Secretary of State won't decide whether there's to be a green bridge or not. Secretary of State will need to be satisfied, I would think, on the fact that, you know, crossings can be achieved. But I mean, the detail hasn't really been submitted yet, has it?
No. Well, obviously, yeah, the designs of the road are indicative at this stage. Obviously, it's not for detailed determination, but we've obviously sought through the improvement strategy and the engagement with KCC to identify what crossings would be appropriate and would be in compliance with guidance and standards, and that is established in the improvement strategy.
I mean, the Secretary of State might give a view. I mean, given that Kent County Council are obviously keen on a bridge and you're keen on a crossing, I suspect that the Secretary of State might give a view, or I might give a view in my report on, you know, on the two options. You know, give a view on it. But I should think that's about as far as it will go at the moment. Bearing in mind all the sort of information that I've been given.
I may. So you certainly can give an indication, as can the Secretary of State. It's always open to an applicant to offer to do something as part of the proposal in the context of providing the country park. They could offer to provide this and have a condition or an obligation making that clear. That's a matter for them. We can't make them do it. Is the country park acceptable without it? Well, that's a matter for you and the Secretary of State, isn't it? But we have made a significant issue of the public rights of way. We think it's an important issue. There's a whole network of them, and we've made clear our position that we think a green bridge would be appropriate. And it's for obviously the applicant to consider these matters and present its case on the basis of what it wants to convince the Secretary of State of.
That basically, I think you feel differently. So obviously, it's something that I will have to consider the evidence when I've been given.
Ma'am, can I just make 4 observations in terms of the Green Bridge? There would seem to be a synergy in terms of ecology, in terms of allowing fauna and flora to get across the Southern Relief Road without having to interdict with cars. There is no restriction in terms of height, in terms of the parameter plans above the relief road. So there's not a like a technical issue there where you couldn't add height above it. 2 further things. Clearly, if you introduce a green bridge, then it'll be visually apparent in the landscape. And I don't know what the landscape and visual impacts would be. And if there is a green bridge, I kind of need to know the implications in terms of viability.
Well, yes, I was going to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm presuming that at the present time, the cost of a green bridge hasn't really been factored in.
No, it has not, no.
Did you want to say anything
Yeah.
about the land? I mean, or
Yeah,
actually, yes, you
We have got Mrs. Brockhurst, yeah. This would be a good moment. Yeah, okay. We'll go, Mr. Miller.
Just very quickly, to give you a good example of a cycleway footpath running through a park, The A27 between Eastbourne and Lewes, which runs through the South Downs National Park, has got a cycleway footpath separated from the A27, and it kind of sort of varies its alignment in relation to the corridor, and is separated with significant elements of natural landscape like hedgerows, trees, etc. And it's an extremely popular route through the national park. So it's a very good example to see something like this actually working and correcting and connecting destinations. Thank you.
Mum, I think my image is now on the screen at the bottom. Just a touch. We've obviously gone into a lot of detail on landscape and visual effects, and the comment just made on, well, this will these changes will be different to the current situation. The current situation won't exist, and there has been a you will have seen on the rebuttal, the appendix to Mr. Whitaker's rebuttal, I've highlighted where the assessment of effects on footpaths and receptors are included. But any changes are not going to be seen as a change in an open agrarian landscape, but are going to be changes seen in the context of a series of new settlements, and more importantly, the green infrastructure, which, as we discussed previously, has this greater carrying capacity because of the increase in woodland. So all of that has been included, apart from obviously modifications where the county council are asking for something different to that that's in the application proposals.
The Green Bridge hasn't been considered by yourself, or in terms of landscape impacts?
No, because that isn't part of this scheme. But a green bridge being in this landscape, again, it's not a change against an open, vegetation-free, development-free baseline. So that will be part of a wider change that happens, which we've accepted all the way through.
So, go on.
Sorry. So when you're looking at the difference in height between the ground level and where the bridge might be, that might be the case, but there will be changes in landfall as a result of construction. There'll also be intervening trees, so you won't be looking up the slope at a prominent bridge, because that can all, as Mr. Murdoch can address, can all be designed within to minimise the impact, so it doesn't become a singular prominent feature, it becomes part of the landscape strategy. It doesn't get designed in isolation.
Could I just add something just before we get to Mr. Murdoch?
Have you finished, Deb? Yes,
I have.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Just on the just to sort of try and draw breath a little on the quote unquote Green Bridge. It was the first. I mean, it's fine, obviously, but it's the first. It is the first that we've heard it put in that way as a green bridge by Kent County Council today. So rather than being in the statement of case, proof of evidence, any rebuttal, or indeed in the statement of common ground, obviously we understood that there's a debate about grade separation, which is what we're talking about, and we've said that, as you'll see in the statement of common ground, it's agreed that either way would be LTM 120 compliant. So that's one way of looking at it. But the Green Bridge does have different connotations that haven't been assessed from, certainly from Kent's point of view, as far as I can tell. I mean, Mr. Dygan suggests that there be an ecological synergy, or words to that effect, but I don't understand that there's been any work at all that he or his client or anyone really have done to support that idea. We've obviously given our evidence about ecological connectivity already, so I'm not going back over that. But given the ramping that would be required in order to facilitate grade separation here, which might be something perhaps that Mr. Wilde could comment on, just to give a sense as to the likelihood of these species actually using it. I mean, we don't want to get into ecology because we've got no one in the room who can do it, but it does all seem I mean, the suggestion that the key issue now between us is whether or not there should be a green bridge has come as a little bit of a surprise to us, because it's not been the way that the debate's been conducted until now.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit that I don't recall reading about, I think, an overbridge, but it sort of seems to have morphed into something else, unless I haven't read it and it's somewhere. Mr. Young?
Can I just assist you? I think what one has to do is look carefully at all the evidence collectively and ensure that the applicant's case is consistent. So you will obviously have noticed that in CD 9.2.33 on page 55, which we all know is the Ecological Mitigation Strategy, Volume 2, that it was CD 9.2.33, page 55, that the Southern Relief Road has no lighting, that's no lighting in the area around the country park. And obviously, with everybody recognising that, it becomes a little bit difficult, doesn't it, to envisage a traffic light crossing where, of course, for the safety of the pedestrians, there would have to be extensive lighting. So there would appear to be a contradiction in the applicant's evidence. Now, you know, we are suggesting a way of resolving concerns about a country park properly being a country park, the connection of 3 public rights of way to one location, and that being consistent with the applicant's evidence on ecology. And that would be what we've just explained to you. Now, I appreciate from the applicant's point of view, they'll say, well, you know, we haven't assessed that, but we're talking about a green bridge. We're not talking about the Eiffel Tower. And of course, it can be the subject of a condition or some other such limitation in the section 106 that would be a sensible way to resolve it so the evidence was consistent. But you can't have a traffic light crossing with no lights. It's completely and utterly unsafe. And not just the lights on the traffic lights, but the lights so that motorists can see the pedestrians at the point where they're going to cross, because people do, you know, night walk. I've just almost finished. So I appreciate that, you know, you might say, well, where did it say in your statement of case? But we're looking at the evidence that's presented to us and all of the evidence, and this seems like a sensible solution to that problem. And in particular, by doing it in what we think is a sensible way of ensuring a road, which we want, 3 public rights of way, and effectively collecting them in one location. We're not asking for 3 green bridges.
Okay, well, neatly got round, but nevertheless, it hasn't been raised before, seriously. But having said that, it's supposed to have been raised now, so it's something we'll have to deal with, isn't it? Right, yes. But it's a shame it wasn't raised earlier. Anyway, anybody want to? Mr. Wilde, I would have thought you might have
Could I just say one thing before then Mr. Wilde is the main person to talk, just to say that the alleged sort of inconsistency in our position, the page that you were taken to in the ecological strategy that deals with lighting that Mr. Young referred to, you'll remember, you might not remember, but it's got these big thick blue lines on it that have areas of low light, areas of avoidance of lighting and restrictions on lighting, which we did look at during ecology, but all of it is said to be subject to road design, subject to detailed design in brackets, which we did touch on in ecology. I'll leave it there and pass over to Mr. Wilde.
It might be useful to pick up on that lighting point. I think I don't disagree that there is a lighting requirement. I think it would be a bit obtuse to kind of claim there's no lights at a traffic light crossing, wouldn't it? But in terms of the idea that there's a very intensive lighting requirement, I mean, the reality is you do need to have some level of illumination. It shouldn't be drawn as parallels with, say, for instance, a junction where you do generally, where vehicles are interacting, need to have a high lux requirement where vehicles need to see each other. Obviously, one of the advantages of traffic lights is that the primary means to be aware of other drivers, of pedestrians, is by means of the traffic signal, which is bringing someone to a stop. So it can be maintained in a fairly condensed manner and at a reasonable level of illumination.
that I would take issue with the suggestion it would be an intense lighting environment in that location. I wondered whether it was worth just coming back to that point regarding ramp distances to contrast that. So some work was done, I believe it's in, is it in the strategy that we had or an earlier piece of work? But for your reference, we looked at what it might take to ramp down to the north, and it was sort of in the region of circa 130 metres. You know, if you're looking to get an achievable, to overcome that, the land falling and the need for the bridge to maintain a sensible gradient and to sort of catch up with the land, as Mr. Whittaker referred to earlier. So it's not an inconsiderable amount of work.
How far?
130 metres.
So the bridge would have to go 130 metres?
Beyond the crossing.
On the northern side?
On the northern side, yeah. Yeah. So
what about on the southern, or is there any on the southern?
Southern side is a little easier because of the ground rising to the south. So it is easier to tie back in a number of locations. But it very much depends what the specification of the bridge is and what you're trying to achieve. One of the things that's probably worth noting with respect to the signal controlled at grade crossing is that it's the current proposal. Mr. Whittaker can jump in and tell me if I misspeak here, but the intention at the moment is to run with the toucan crossing, which obviously provides for cyclists and pedestrians, and with, if I correct say, with a parallel Pegasus crossing here as well to provide for equestrian provision. So it's integrated as one unit, and it would only stop the traffic once. But they're two separate requirements with two separate button positions, etc. You know, depending if you're sitting on a horse or standing. So it is easier and less impactful to make that multi-user provision in an at-grade crossing. And obviously if you try to ramp up for horses, as you talked about, also generally horse equestrian crossings require necessarily very high fencing alongside. Yeah. There's a few examples of them you can find, because obviously there's a significant risk of someone falling off a horse into a road. So they tend to look a little bit like cages.
Yeah. I mean, most horse rider, a particular friend of mine who's a horse rider, would always get off going over a bridge. I mean, they don't particularly want to be turfed off and onto the road.
No. So hence the reason they're very high, the barriers. So these are all considerations that add to the implications of that versus an at grade.
Just one thing. I mean, we've been talking about green bridges, and I can see the environmental attraction of that. But in terms of actually the crossing and the feasibility of the crossing itself, if it were to be a bridge, it wouldn't have to be a green bridge, would it, to meet the county council's requirements, if you like, other than the environmental ones, which I think are not. I know you've added those in, but that's not exactly your prime concern, is it? It's the public rights of way going across that road safely, isn't it?
It's a great separation. And
yeah, exactly. That wouldn't have to be a green bridge to do that.
No.
If I may, I think our concern isn't just the safety. Of course, you can stop the traffic at a traffic light and you can cross. It's the experience, and those public rights of way are creating an experience. The applicant is keen to promote the idea of a country park, and we see an immediate synergy between that, which actually addresses the lighting issue as well. And could horse riders go on a green bridge? Yeah, they could, because instead of being a narrow bridge on a parapet, like something out of a Hollywood film, rising up the steps and going across the top of a railway bridge, instead what you're talking about is something of significant width where the experience would be acceptable to those using the bridle way. Look, we've sought to reach a compromise position by suggesting the three rights of way are brought together in a single location, because the road is also important to us.
So obviously well, I suppose just to ask a question, how much would it cost roughly? What are we talking about?
I've left my guide to the cost of green bridges at home, but I would imagine it's a bit more expensive than what the applicant had hoped for with a crossing.
I mean, it's a serious question because obviously that does go to the, I mean, this is obviously something the county council want this road, presuming. So viability is important, isn't it? So I'm just wondering what we are actually talking about.
It's a very valid question, and you know, it's for the applicant obviously to be clear about what it's looking at. We can look at that as well. There is a lot of earthworks, but there's a lot of cut and fill across the whole site. So it's not about exportation; it's about redistribution. I would have thought.
It is actually the cost of construction.
I think from the work that we've done, it is in the millions. Obviously, it's several million. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, it's not part of our.
Well,
it's not part of our illustrative design, so it won't at the moment form part of our costings that feed into the viability analysis.
well, I mean, I think it needs to be considered. We need to consider the viability because I mean, I don't know yet what.
No, I know, I'm aware, but you'd like it? Would you cost it sort of as an alternative? Well,
if it's a significant, I mean, obviously, all you know, the viability section is, I think, Mr. Young might say, is going to be a sort of higher level.
Higher level, yeah.
Level. But having said that, if it's a significant cost, which it sounds like it is.
It is several, yeah, it'd be several million extra pounds. That would be sorry, yeah, sorry. That would be for a bridge, not for a footbridge, not for a quote-unquote green bridge, which would. The full caboodle. I don't know how much.
Yeah, there's obviously another one within the scheme, isn't there? So there's another green bridge within the scheme. So that would be a useful starting point.
Well, actually, I was.
That's a full grade separated highways junction.
I was going to just draw a parallel with that actually, because it's very useful because the reason that there's a bridge crossing in that place in the form of the junction is because it actually sits with the topography of that location there. I think of it from we're quite aware that there's a valley locally in that section, and you can see that quite clearly when you travel to the entrance to the science park from Ruinsbarn Road to Broad Oak Road. Broad Oak Road drops down quite notably and rises back again. So the choice of going for a bridge in that location, and also one of a green bridge form that is going to be wider necessarily, because as the width increases, you really want the crossing length to be as short as possible, and that location lends itself to that, and the parallels or the lack of parallels between that and the location we're talking about here now, in terms of trying to achieve a bridge, especially a particularly large one. Green bridges necessarily have quite high structural requirements. So I think it's dangerous to try and draw the parallels between those two. They're very different locations. That one that lends itself to an extensive bridge, and the other one that would have to be could undoubtedly be delivered in engineering terms, but would not necessarily fall naturally with the topography in that location.
Could I please come back to the point which was made, which is our footpath network is one which is very interconnected. We've got this beautiful new country park, and if we did go down the route of putting the bridge in, you're looking at an isolated section of elevated footpath of circa 150 odd metres, which then obviates the ability to then connect with our cloverleaf trails that we've got going around within the country park. So it does actually create a really big imposition from a network point of view, because on a bridge you're isolated from connecting into other paths. It's when you actually land back down again 150 metres from where you started off, you can then start to interconnect with the other footpaths within the country park, whereas an at-grade crossing allows us immediately to connect up to the wider network of paths we created within the country park, and also the cycleway footpath.
With all of those caveats, we will put in to our viability work a sort of indicative alternative costing. I say, so we've got it. I mean, I do.
Information.
would emphasise the caveats that we've said already, including that it's never been asked for before today. But we'll do it anyway, so that you can, if you or the Secretary of State want to indicate a preference, as you've said, then that can be done with all the info.
Because there are not many green bridges. There's the A21 one and the Wisley one. Don't know if there are any more. But anyway, both of those, as far as I am aware, actually the road is down in a...
Exactly right.
So that you actually approach the green bridge from the same level, go across it, and then the other side is at the same level.
That's correct. And there is no ecological evidence at the moment, or I say at the moment, there won't be because we finished ecology, to address this potential green bridge. So looking at, I know a green bridge can mean different things to different people and indeed different species, but we've not got any ecological evidence about this because it's not part of our proposal.
Well, you've got loads of, I mean, you're relying on lots of other things for
No.
ecology, so I don't
Of course
think
we are.
have to, you know.
No, I know. I'm just saying, you know, I'm saying to the extent that this is put forward, I know not by Kent really, but by but relied on by others as being a good thing from an ecological point of view. There's no evidence on that.
It is a serious point though, as to I think it's what you were implying, probably, Mr. Wild. It's connection either side at this particular place, whether because the road isn't in a cutting, is it here? It's at grade.
That's that point about the ramping off.
Yeah,
So
it varies depending on the topography, but as designed, it's not evidently clear. The ground is sloping. It's contouring, if you wish. You know, it's running along the edge of a hillside.
I think you'd have ramps outside, some sort, then have some greenery on the bridge itself. I'm not sure. I mean, possibly you could grow things up the ramps. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the very fairly what was said was that from the one side, from the south side, you've already got the advantage of height for the position of the road, and of course the exact position it could be the subject of detail to find the best optimum position. I accept that this doesn't sit like a sat in a valley, if you like, where you've got height on both sides, but that's not always available. Yeah, I mean, it feature with railways, but that's a lot of excavation, and at the moment the road's vertical alignment is not fixed, and how the road is accommodated in that location is not fixed. So there is a much easier proposition on the south side. We have recognised, we have discussed it. On the north side, it is a more challenging proposition. But it's all about what you want to achieve. Either the public rights of way are really a bit of an irritation and will provide some traffic lights, and then the experience is wholly different, or you're trying to create a genuine public rights of way experience similar to what's currently exhibited. Now, if this was purely a town, a new town, you might say, well, there's no point trying to create or replicate the experience because, of course, you'll be in a town anyway. So what's wrong with crossings? But it's the fact that they're promoting it as a country park that makes that fundamental. The whole experience will be a completely severed country park unless you do this.
Sorry. So on this, apart from being dropped in it, quite frankly, and I haven't, I've got people online who are messaging me, and it's quite difficult to give a view now without making up the drawings or the calculations around what potential heights and widths are. But winding back to our original discussion, we discussed a single footbridge that went over the M2, and you're replacing that. We've got 3 highly valuable footpaths from a village crossing a new road. And in the discussion, clearly KCC have gone down a path of, all right, we'll agree to have 3 bundled into one. That wasn't our our stance. And that was, they were obviously having a discussion at level, and then suddenly there has been discussion about bridge, and that's fine, they've had that discussion. But if we're now moving into the realms of looking at a bridge, why aren't you putting a bridge in for the 3 here? Because you've done that on the south. You've got 7,000 and however many houses here, huge amount of commercial development. And I know you're putting a road in, but this is vital infrastructure for the existing population that lives around about. This also feeds our local businesses, these footpaths, you know, the local village cafe, the local pub. People walk these circuits, they go out, you know, and use these. So within the new estates, yes, you've got your new cycle paths and footways, and that's all marvellous. And you've got this Southern Relief Road that links the two, and you've got a busway, but actually the great big barrier for our communities is that road and getting over it, connecting to it. And actually, we feel quite hemmed in by it, I think we can say, with those footpaths and those current layout and what's been discussed today.
What are you suggesting 3 bridges?
Well, there's 2 that are very close together, and I can see the merit quite happily that, yeah, possibly 2 could come together. Then you've got one further round. I haven't had a chance to think through, and neither of my group, the consequences, because this obviously has such a fundamental impact on the landscape here. I heard the argument about ecology. Oh, it's not all about ecology. No, it's about the landscape and how it sits in the landscape, and us having to live with the consequences of this development and what that does. You know, we've talked about this landscape feature, these dry valleys and this dip down and those long-reaching views. I don't know. I need to discuss in my group what these consequences mean for them and what their thoughts are. Because on the other side, you've got Bapchild will be looking up on this structure. You've got the residents of Sittingbourne looking up on this infrastructure. But most importantly is how you move along those footpaths, which is today's discussion.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Kent County Council have always said they wanted to have some sort of footbridge over there. It's just that the green bit of it was a bit of a shock, or a new thing anyway. You know, that's always a difference. The applicants wanted a signal-controlled at-grade crossing, didn't they? And Kent County Council favoured a bridge, one for each of the 3 for both parties. So that's always been on the agenda.
I think the concern is that the far one there, is it 208, which is further over.
Yeah.
Because it is at the moment currently a nice circuit. You start bundling them together and you lose that circuitry element of walking around those footpaths. Okay. I quite regularly walk that sort of circuit. I go out with a friend of mine. And you will lose that element there. So. Okay.
All right. Well, look, I think we've done enough of that. And I think we're going to have a break. Sorry. So I think we've really dealt with the first issue, haven't we, on my agenda. Number 2 is just we've talked about some of them being converted to bridleways and so forth, so I think we sort of dealt with that. The public rights of way improvement strategy, we have talked to that, so unless anyone's got any more to say about that, I think we probably dealt with that. We've talked about the construction period, the diversions, closures, so we've understood that. What we haven't dealt with really is 4C, and also a point that Kent County Council made about it, a sort of cumulative impact. So I think we need to have a chat about those 2 things.
If I could talk about the construction bit as well afterwards a little.
The construction bit, as long as it's not going over what we've already. Okay, so which one, A or B?
Hold on. What's the note say? Sorry. What was A and B?
Well, timing and delivery of the management plan and the likely extent of closures and diversions. And noise and dust will be managed. All right. And then the effects on existing public rights of way during the operative phase, well, that's just what we've been talking about. Maintenance and management, I think that might be worth just talking about. And traffic on rural lanes, any implications for that we could talk in relation to this, but that will probably be dealt with also in highways, so I don't want to encroach on that. And then mitigation, we have talked about that, the improvement and so forth, which will be in the strategy. And I think this is the point that the Ms Bonnie was making about effects of noise from the road corridors, commercial uses and sports facilities on those public rights of way that were near them. I think that was a point you wanted to make, so you could comment on that. And then I just wanted to quickly talk about implications of just the northern site were to be permitted, which relates really to the strategies and management, whether they can be sort of uncoupled, as it were. That was all. So I reckon, sorry, I thought we were going to be done before lunch, but we're not. So I would think probably another hour and a half or so after lunch, 2 hours, okay, but we definitely will finish today. We have to because I've cancelled my hotel now. All right. So we'll bear those things in mind, and we will have an hour. So we'll come back at 2:10. Thank you very much. I probably should ask at the beginning, really. What further up the strategic southern strategic route, we have the crossing of ZR197, 882. Those ones up there.
Yes.
And you're happy with the traffic signal control grade crossing, aren't you?
The speed limit there is 30 miles an hour, and it's...
Oh, so is this the reason that that's a 50 mile an hour limit?
It's very different. It's pedestrians solely, and what is... You've got village to the south and schools to the north. So
Right, okay.
Just if I may clarify, so the crossing we were previously talking about just for lunch is a 40 mile an hour speed limit intended for that section of road.
So I suppose my question really was fairly basic, really. Why do you object to it, to a traffic signal control grade crossing?
For 197?
Yeah, the one we've been talking about.
Well, so
Yeah.
28 ZU34A,
Yeah,
ZU...
Yeah, the one we spent
That's
the
right.
last hour or so talking about.
Sorry. It's the interruption to use and the change of experience.
But that would be the same further up, wouldn't it?
That's in an urban context when you get to the village settlements.
I see. So it's because of the
Schools, so
country
they-
park, is it?
Yeah, the three drawn to 1 point within the country park context.
I see. And speed limit, or doesn't that, because that's actually compliant, isn't it, with LTM 120? I think.
The proposals at all locations.
Sorry,
compliant.
Right, okay,
But
so
yeah,
it's
that-
basically because of the rural
Yeah.
context. Okay, that's fine, thank you. Don't want to go over any more of that. Right, thank you. So shall we go on to construction then? Sponny, you wanted to talk about 4B, which was basically adverse impacts from noise, dust and so forth, and how it would be managed. We talked about the mechanics of closures and diversions, but if you'd like to address...
Yeah, so this is, I suppose, the experience in Bapchild, because obviously we've had the construction of Spring Acres, and you've obviously got the footpath running across the Stones Farm countryside gap there. During the construction of Spring Acres, it's on a hill, as I described earlier, but obviously there was a significant amount of dust and dirt. It was done at a particularly hot point in the summer. It was dry as a bone, and the whole site was pretty much scalped for landscaping purposes. But they also started construction of what is known as Spring Acres, the housing development. And we ended up with, in that particular scenario there, clouds of dust for months, and it was months on end. And all that was there was Harris fencing and the properties opposite. I mean, I had so much correspondence, you know, the parish council frustration from residents here, that, you know, the parish council had expressed, and the residents telling me about that, but also because you've got the footpath that went across the countryside gap there, and it really spoilt their enjoyment and the usage of those paths. So it ended up with people really not wanting to use those. And those paths are critical, as I said earlier. Some of them walk from the sort of low mass road, lower roadside, etc., to go to school, to get to the A2, to get buses, etc. So any closures and diversions, especially because in like the Stones Farm context, you're going to be putting, you know, if this is approved, the Northern Relief Road through this countryside gap in effectively a T-shape. So it is quite a major amount of construction that will be going on around it, and I don't know what will happen with regards to closures, but also during the construction period, the enjoyment of those users. Now, obviously, the worst thing is, you know, close boarded fencing off, because that again has an impact. So I really don't know how you deal with it. But that's what we've encountered, and that's been the experience in that area. And you can replicate that across the site, you know, other places where there's footpaths that are regularly used. So I just thought that would be helpful.
So I think, yeah, as alluded to earlier, we've the part of the Prow improvement strategy sets out provisions for a detailed Prow management plan that will come forward at the next stage of planning, and that will set out measures to obviously protect the Prow network as much as possible. It will identify any temporary closures or diversions, but fundamentally it will seek to keep those to a minimum wherever possible and keep as much of the Prow network open as far as possible through the construction period. In addition to that, each phase will come forward with a construction management plan that will look at the routing of traffic and potential measures to try and minimise the impacts of dust and noise, for example. Some measures like wheel washing and things to try and minimise that impact to users of the Prow and indeed just, you know, general residents in the area. So there are various measures that will be in place to try and minimise any impacts during the construction period.
Yes, so if I can. So I believe those were contained in that application. The problem was the application of them or lack of. And wheel washing was one because the A2 was covered in mud. This is clearly a significant road and you're going to need access to it. And we absolutely do not want to go through that experience again. And we've had it recently in Faversham with another housing development. It causes the council a significant amount of costs in cleaning it up. But I don't know if there is I suppose what I'm asking for is make sure the measures here, because we haven't, you saying it's going to be drafted, is that they are the most robust they can be.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we can look and try and pick up lessons learnt from other sites and in dialogue with colleagues in the council and KCC and try and pick those up within those plans coming forward to, as I say, to try and minimise any impacts during the construction period.
If I may.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
I think it's a matter of common ground. There'll be a management plan, and it's been quite a bit of engagement on that. It's been welcome, and we've fed in all of our learning over many years in dealing with development where it impacts on rights of way. I think what we do stay in the common ground is that it mitigates it as far as it's possible to do so. If it's all implemented, if you've got considerate builders, if you've got considerate contractors, but it won't mitigate it fully. You can't, you know, if you're building a road, let's take the road, you're not going to be able to get away from the fact you're going to have a lot of movement. Even if you spray the ground to try and suppress the dust, you will still get dust, you will still get noise. So it's welcome, but it will never fully mitigate those elements. And while dealing with the temporary closures, and I appreciate the commitment to limit them as far as is possible. I mean, that manifests itself possibly as traffic control on site, banksmen and things. But the reality is, often, particularly with linear development, it will push any health safety risk assessment will push to try and exclude the public for their safety and the safety of the workforce. So it's welcome. It goes as far as our learning, and we can pick up others can go. It does, but it won't fully mitigate the impacts. It never will, you know.
Sorry to come back, thank you. So I suppose what was difficult last time when we had this was the runaround. So the runaround to the developer or to the contractor or whatever, but having someone like a clerk of works who is nominated as overall responsibility. Now, you know, my other life in commercial development, there's the good, the bad and the ugly, and I've come across some fantastic, you know, contractors who, you know, really do take care of what they do. And equally, I've come across those that are quite frankly a disgrace. And I think what we had in Bapchild was quite frankly a disgrace. And we don't want to go through that pain again.
Well, I mean, there are some things that can be done, aren't there? I appreciate, I mean, unfortunately with development, there's always inconvenience. I mean, you just can't get away from that, as Mr. Rothling is saying. But, I mean, you can have a condition, for example, that the developer signs up to the considerate contractor scheme. You probably might do already, but that's one. Secondly, part of the construction management plan can include the person, whoever it is, clerk of works or whatever, that is responsible, and there's usually a telephone number put in there that people can, you know, point of contact if people have complaints, you know, that sort of thing. So at least people don't feel totally sort of at sea. It doesn't sound as if you had a good experience with the Stones Farm one, but, you know, that doesn't mean to say that all developers are like that. But I think, you know, unfortunately, again, you know, it's the sort of thing that is a bit messy, so it will cause inconvenience over a long period of time if planning permission were to be granted. So we could talk about that in conditions, can't we? Okay. And I mean, also having good enforcement, you know, the council obviously plays its bit in that. All right, anything else on that particular topic? Or shall we? Yeah, this was a particular point, or 2 points actually, raised by the county council, but I don't know whether you're persisting with them. But one thing, you were concerned about closures and the likelihood of walkers diverting to the coastal routes, increased car travel, and obviously that would have a knock-on effect on the European sites. So I don't know whether there's anything to say on that.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think yes. We've already heard from 5 parishes in terms of the network to the north of Rodmersham Green. Mm-hmm. And how popular that is. And we don't have counts, but there is a tool called Orval, Outdoor Recreation Valuation Tool, produced by Exeter University, endorsed by the Treasury, that estimates 70,000 visits to that network a year.
70,000?
77,402 to be precise.
77,000?
No, it's not robust in the sense of having counters, but it's a reasonable estimate of likely use. You can sever that network for a period of time. It will be a construction site for a period of time. That use will go somewhere. And our argument is that use is most likely displaced to the creek or out into the Kent Downs national landscape, and it's a cumulative impact point as well, Ma'am. Other places that folk may have escaped to are either now subject to development or may well in due course and in the time frame of this development be caught by things like Lower Thames Crossing and works associated to other highways in those terms. So we see there will be displacement and impacts. And it's, I think, agreed in a matter of common ground that there's a contribution should be made, particularly in respect of the King Charles III England Coast Path, elements of which pass within well within 2.5 kilometres of the site. So they are likely to see additional footfall, both through the construction phase and then, of course, if built out, about 20,000 new residents, a proportion of whom will use routes within the national landscape and the national trails. They will make use of those. I don't think anybody moves into an area and confines themselves simply to the area they've moved to. So they will explore more widely. So that's the general point, and I think it's accepted and there's a contribution identified.
Just for the coastal path?
There are contributions also identified for routes that link to both sites. And initially we looked at, you see from the management plan, I think statements of common ground, we looked at National Transport Survey and looked at those routes within 1.1 kilometres, simply because that's the, you may wonder where that figure comes from. It's National Transport Survey, most likely length of a walk as part of a longer journey, but of course that survey itself points out that there will be, people will walk further or ride further, depending on the destination, and there's agreement that a number of routes extend beyond the site and extend beyond that 1.1 kilometre radius and link to places of instant, either recreational opportunity or places that people would wish to be. Yeah,
so it's a sort of mitigation, really, for that,
there's
that impact.
Mitigation in terms of footfall. Yeah.
Yes, Miss Bonnie. I could hear you wanting to say something.
It was a thought and a thank you. Yes, I think we agree with KCC there. Also to point out that just up north of Tong, you've got the number 1 cycle route. And we certainly, through the villages, get an awful lot of cyclists come through who stop off in the cafe and the pub, etc., and then go on to pick up various rural roads, including the number 1 cycle path. So if that is cut off in any shape or form, because there's Hempstead Lane would be your normal route, so you go through Rodmersham, across the A2 and up Hempstead Lane and pick up the number 1 cycle route. But also, I mean, we do have quite a substantial number of people who come to, certainly Rodmersham, who drive up and then go and walk the circular routes that we've just described this morning and out behind the school, which, as I previously mentioned, that's obviously currently got a live planning application for a solar farm. So there's I know you want to talk about cumulative impact and other developments, but the displacement of people from, if works are being done around that Rodmersham area, but equally other areas, so Tunstall, I can see that would force people elsewhere into the Kent Downs area. But for us, more to one side, I can see people heading more towards sort of, the sites that KCC mentioned. So I do agree with that. Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah, just to clarify, really, is on Mr. Rusling's point, yes, we are providing a financial contribution towards the coastal path. That's primarily aimed at the sort of operational phase of the development once it's occupied and once, obviously, there's an increased population in the area using the wider PROW network. During the construction phase, which this question's primarily aimed at, we challenge to some extent. We accept that some people for leisure uses may choose to travel to alternative destinations for that leisure journey. I would suggest that probably wouldn't be exclusively at coastal destinations. They tend to be a specific destination in themselves and not particularly analogous to a countryside walk. And I'd also suggest there'd still be a remaining desire for door-to-door journeys. People dog walking, for example, and as Miss Bonnie suggested earlier, a lot of the use of these routes are for destination purposes. So, as I said earlier, the construction management plan will be, and the phasing will be looking to ensure that large parts of the PROW network are undisturbed, or as far as that can be during the construction period. And so there will still be, we consider, enjoyable walks available in the locality of the site. There might be some small disruption to those, but there'll still be countryside walks available to residents around the area and around the site. And so the impact during the construction period to these coastal destinations we consider would likely be minimal in truth. I can't speak for the impact on protected European sites. It's sort of beyond my expertise, but just in terms of the sort of potential movement of people during that period.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't agree with it would be a minimal impact. I think there'd be, I mean, quite conceivably, we could end up in a position in Rodmersham where, you know, we've got development both sides of the village and both, you know, both sets of popular footpaths affected in that scenario. That would be really catastrophic. That'd be catastrophic not just for the villagers who live there, but for the businesses that survive as well. We, you know. Rodmersham Green, because quite a few people come up, they'll park there, and then they'll go for a walk. They'll go for a circular walk, either behind the school or all the way round, down to the church and back and up across the green, and then go to the coffee shop or the pub. Or they'll walk from, you know, one village to another. So, you know, because we've got village greens, because we've got the church, that, you know, we've got that connectivity down and then down to the town. So that circular path, and where we talked about converging three footpaths there, that is a nice, neat circuit where you go out of Village Green, and, you know, at the end there, you go through where the old stile used to be, through the new orchards, and round in a circuit, and then come back, you know, whichever way you've gone out, come back in that way. So, and it's not just there. I mean, we've got, you know, that's on the south. I am conscious on the north. We've talked about this Stones Farm element and the connectivity there. That to have both those footpaths affected at once, you talk about phasing. It's going to be a challenge, I think.
Another point, I think that you raised, Mr. Rustling. So I think you were sort of a bit concerned that there was no cumulative impact assessment in terms of other developments in Swale and their effects. If you want to talk about that. Yeah.
I can't function without the reminder now, I'm afraid. Pavlov's dog, I have to wait for it. Yeah, it's just very apparent when looking at the master plan overlaid on the network, along with other developments in the area that you see. Eurolink Business Park, approved development land at Church Lane. You've got approved development land at Tenham. To the south, you've got Wises Lane development. You've got Swan Street Avenue. You've got the solar farm at Ode Street. I think that is in Pitstock. So you've got right across the board, and further afield, you've got South East Faversham. You've got the Lower Thames Crossing. So you've got this cumulative impact, and notwithstanding what was said about the displacement activity, I think it'd probably be greater because you're getting fewer and fewer options if you live in that area. You're either seeing the network impacted by development while it's built out, irrespective of the end result, or your transport options are probably getting more limited and disrupted with the infrastructure that's required. You know, whether that be utilities, everything else. And that was just the general point. We're seeing, if you like, the whole picture, and that's a lot of development taking place through the area.
But, I mean, what do you think they should do or have done then in terms of assessment? How would they, I mean, especially if things haven't yet been approved, or if they have, you know, how would do you think this is lacking in the applications?
I think in that, I think we'd try to pursue the point. I think it's maybe a planning point more broadly. There's this more general harm. How can you do that for individual applications? I think they all fall on their own merits, don't they? But there's a bigger picture in which they sit. I suppose it's a matter for yourself in drawing your
I don't know. I don't know what effect they'd have. unless you're specific, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just really following on from what Mr. Rusling's saying there, I think in terms of how we would go about assessing a cumulative impact on PROWs is very challenging. Typically, the number of PROW users, both in terms of baseline and forecast users, isn't something that's typically assessed or quantified in transport assessments submitted in support of other developments. I would say that the sites that were identified there were quite spread geographically around the borough. Inherently, the PROW impact, given a number of the PROW routes in the network of footpaths, inherently the impact would be local to the specific site, so you'd have a reduced sort of potential for overlap of those impacts. And fundamentally, I guess, how do you assess impact? It's a subjective matter with respect to PROW. Obviously, we hear terms of enjoyment and things like that. Well, how do you assess that? If there's increased use of PROW, is there cumulative increased enjoyment of the PROW? So it's not just a negative impact. There are positive benefits of increased use. So just to add to what Mr. Rusling said at the end there, it would be a very challenging thing to prepare a cumulative assessment.
Well, if anyone wants to bring that up again in the planning section, very welcome to do so if they've got any ideas. But I don't think we'll be able to get very far with it in this session. Unless you want to say something.
Well, I think that the fact that the applications that KCC Footpaths have mentioned is that a significant number of those are on the south side of Sittingbourne. Mm-hmm. So south side of Sittingbourne is popular for walking. There's no doubt about that. Your figures show that. And I think, so if you start all the way off at Wise's Lane, which has currently got development going on, and then you've got another one in Ufton Lane that's about to... The problem is we don't have any sequencing. We're at the mercy of developer, mm-hmm. taking their own stance of when they're going to develop their site, if they do. But we do see shifting patterns of people using the paths differently and more people using them. And you say there's no impact, but there is. We do regular village, cleaning, and we'll pick up from footpaths, which arguably are landowners' responsibility, but we will do that as volunteers.
What, you mean litter?
Litter picks and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So we have to be mindful that cost has shifted onto the community in terms of the additional usage and the detritus that's left behind from some of the rather irresponsible users, but there's many that are not. So I think round south side of Sittingbourne there is a huge pressure on footpaths, mm-hmm. and so it is about the closure. Of course, there's they talk about phasing. This is an enormous site, and the phasing is the opportunity to make sure that not large chunks of it are taken out at any one time.
Well, we'll be talking more about phasing in... I'm looking at you, Mr. Simons.
Well, it's been the planning evidence, yeah, absolutely, and the nature of the phasing.
Yeah, so perhaps we can consider that later. Okay, thank you very much. Right, operative phase. Ongoing management and maintenance. We haven't really talked much about that and how that would be addressed. So I don't know whether you want to start on that one, Mr. Whittaker.
Yes, that would be dealt with as part of the PROW management plan that would be developed at the next stage. Obviously, once there's firmer details in terms of the exact phasing and routing and further detail is available, then obviously that can be prepared to detail how that will be managed and maintained going forward.
That will be a condition. Would it be dealt with by conditions or yes?
Yeah. So the intention is that that would be conditioned to be delivered at tier 2.
And I presume that, well, I think that, well, we'll talk about this in section 106, that there is some talk of a management company. A bit vague, but that's, I think, how it's intended actually to be executed, isn't it?
I understand that's the case, yeah.
Right, well, that's fine. Okay, so anybody want to talk about that management? Yes, Mr. Rusting and then Miss Bonney.
Yes, please, ma'am. I think it's important to highlight that public rights of way, and I'm talking about 99.93% in Kent, are highways maintainable at public expense. So no matter what the arrangements, the buck stops with the highway authority. That said, we're increasingly looking to maintenance deeds to secure ongoing maintenance of infrastructure. That's entered into by usually the landowner or management company.
What do they call maintenance deeds?
Maintenance deeds.
Mm-hmm.
So, most recent ones, the Bison Bridges in West Blean Wood that you may have seen on the news. It's, so not unusual to have maintenance deeds, increasingly to look at the ongoing maintenance. Management companies, our experience is mixed. Where they're good, they're very good. Where they sort of quietly sort of start to renege from any commitments, less so. But generally very good in terms of managing the confines and the environment through which the right-of-way passes. Mm. As I say, it comes back to the fact the right-of-way itself still remains highway maintainable at public expense.
So would the idea then be that there would be some sort of maintenance deed entered into for the sections of public right-of-way crossing the site with the applicant?
I've looked at it, and it'd be wrong to say there's certainly a commitment there on behalf of the applicant, whether that would be 106 or a maintenance deed captured in 106 was a condition. I'd be more comfortable with that because it reverts some powers to the county council in terms of compliance.
So,
generally,
is that something that the Kent County Council are seeking? I don't know whether you want to come in, Mr. Young, or not. Perhaps you don't.
I'm not sure we've asked for it.
No, I think it's fair. I think it's in response to you posing the question. I think, well, how are we securing it?
You said that you enter into these agreements more and more with landowners. Here's an opportunity.
Increasingly. Well, I think it's one way of securing it that will give us some more certainty going forward. Okay.
Well, maybe it's something you should be discussing with the applicants during the inquiry then, so that...
Happy to. As I say, it was only when posed with the agenda and the question, I thought, how is it secured?
Well, yeah.
We'll have a look at it. I'm going to pretend that we've come with a very specific set of examples of that. So we'll look into that.
Okay, and perhaps section 106, the highways one, quite happy to have it dealt with there. Right, now it's Bonnie, yes.
Thank you. So I think that is a good idea. And if I give you a specific example here, so if I looked at our sort of hybrid map that's the OS versus the footpaths.
Where are you looking?
So if I look at ZU29, which is commonly known as the half-mile path, it's down Highsted Road.
What are you looking at, by the way?
Oh, it's one of your...
one
yes,
of these?
yes, one of those. So it's just off Highsted Road.
Right, okay.
So where the chalk pits are, and then you've got chalk pit 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Between them, you see a red line straight up, looks kind of Roman. Footpath, ZU29. That's commonly known as the half-mile footpath, yeah?
Going up...
straight up, out of...
Between Quarry 2 and 3?
Yeah, that's right. It's on Highsted Road. And why I've picked that is there's obviously been a housing development built there, and that's surrounded by residential development. But it comes out on a blind bend there. And so the development nicely finished its, internal footpath layout, and then it got to the highway, and it's a bit like everyone forgot about it. And so the hedge abruptly ends. Some really awful bit of metal that is frequently run over, which is supposed to protect pedestrians on that blind bend, is frequently knocked down. Have quite a few cars that spin off on that bend. It's dangerous, clearly, and someone died not far from that bend. And that is a direct route into town if you're walking from Rodmersham along Take Your Life in Your Hands, Highsted Road. And I believe, and I won't stray into transport, but there's some changes obviously with the junction at the bottom of the hill there. And it's a vital connection because that goes straight to the schools in Sittingbourne and obviously into the hospital and the doctor's surgery. So things like that, where we have an entrance coming off a public highway and it's right on your boundary there of your application, is the treatment of those footpath entrances and exits. And equally on ZU30 there, which is also on Highsted Road, just round the blind bend, there's again another nice bit of metalwork that's really ugly in an area of high landscape value against
ZU30.
Yeah, ZU30 there, which again has a bit of a tatty entrance into it actually turns out to be a very nice walk across that area there, but that will be adjacent partially to a new development coming out, Chiltern Farm development. So the treatment and the management and the ongoing, now there's a higher density of usage from that because of those developments around there. They look really tatty now and they're not very well maintained, is what we're saying.
What, those footpaths?
Yeah, those two footpaths there and the entrances and exits to them. And that's just one example. We could replicate that in various other places, but that just shows you the impact of residential development on these well-used footpaths that have then become far more well used, as it were, by the new residents that have come into the scheme as well as the existing.
So sorry, what's your suggestion then?
Well, it's about the management. There does need to be a really strong grip on how you manage these footpaths going in the future, whether they're owned on private land or where they abut the public highway network. I think what I'm saying is the design of them could have been better.
I mean,
and there's an opportunity here as they sit within the red line boundary.
Yeah, within it, but I mean,
And
the
adjacent.
applicants wouldn't be able to do anything once they're outside the boundary, would they?
No, but that's where the control mechanism with the county council of having that continuity and leverage.
Would that the contribution, because there's a contribution, isn't there, for the footpaths, public rights of way, but in 1.1 kilometres?
And further where they link to.
Yes, so would that be covered by that sort of thing?
That contribution's designed to address those issues, yes. The higher footfall design, and we've, I think the quantum's agreed. In terms of that contribution, and it really does focus on the likely nature and future use of those routes. So it's largely about addressing footfall, but equally you've contributions and commitments in terms of off-site upgrades as well.
Okay. Right, anything else on that topic? No? Okay, thank you. Now, there was a point, again, I can't remember who, I think that Ms Bonny might have made it, about increased traffic on the rural lanes that also provide links between public rights of way and any implication, safety or amenity or whatever. Don't really want to stray into traffic here, but have you got anything to say, Mr Wilde, on that?
Well, avoiding the pitfall that you were just suggesting there's a it may be something to be picked up in the highway session. Obviously there is the forecasting of the impact on those rural lanes, showing a
quite a logical general reduction in traffic, as might be expected with the introduction of the new highways infrastructure. You may want to keep that in the highway session instead, but it is relevant to note that because it is understandable that the existing PROW network is reliant on some of those rural lanes, as Ms Bonny points out, to make those interconnections, and therefore such reductions in traffic, a beneficial outcome of having the new infrastructure in place, would benefit the PROW network because those routes would become more usable by PROW users making those connections as there's less dominance by vehicular traffic. Probably not appropriate to debate any disagreements between the parties on that forecast, and we'll cover that later, but certainly that's the position of the evidence I have and follows the logic, in truth. So I think just for your reference, that's in CD 34.12.1 is where you'll find the majority of that evidence pertaining to that point. I think actually one other thing that's probably worth noting in a general movement and transport sustainability point, was moving away from traffic, is that I believe, in looking, as I have done at depth in Ms Bonny's evidence where this comes from, it talks about the utility of the public right-of-way network and these roads for existing residents to connect to access services. I think one contextual point that's possibly missing from that is the fact that the development will have a significantly beneficial impact on access to services and access to transport options. So I think Ms Bonny mentioned earlier, for instance, the dependence on these routes in the absence of bus routes. But clearly the development will bring public transport into this vicinity, which will be a benefit. Likewise, the development comes with proposed primary and secondary education and local centres and retail and employment, which will mean that accessibility of the existing areas is improved. I appreciate that it's looked at in a different way by other parties possibly, but the reality is that you are making key destinations more accessible, and that includes anyone who has to traverse rural lanes as well as PROWs to make that connection. So I think if you look at that wider context, I think my position would be that it's overall beneficial in that context.
Okay, do you want to?
Yeah, we still have to use the rural networks to get to even those new facilities that are in those new areas, first off, so you can't avoid it.
But there'd be less traffic on them, is what you're saying.
Well, therein lies the rub, but we'll
Well,
leave
we
that
can't
for, transport. And I don't think we agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we'll deal with traffic later on. But certainly from we've got a public right-of-way network that does rely on the rural lanes to connect to them, and I'm sure KCC would agree with that.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah, I think the point's entirely valid. If you look at the evolution of the whole highway network, some evolved to the point where they're used by vehicles, and macadam and other bits sort of languished where they were in the 17th century. Bucolic Idyll, and we all walked everywhere, and all elements between. So you have a network that does sit with the road network generally as a coherent entity, and so there's some sensitivity to any increase in traffic on rural lanes. There's equally benefit in reduction, and I really don't want to get into the transport evidence because that's not my. So I've splintered there, madam, through sitting on the fence. But there's clearly a sensitivity to it. The network is fragmented by roads where traffic volumes are high and speeds high. Then equestrian users particularly sensitive to that, and they make the point nationally that they're to be found generally in square enclosures. Covered with sand and basically running around in circles. So here, if there's an increase, then there's some sensitivity to that increase, and if there's a decrease, that's to be welcomed.
So I think we'll have to leave that until we discuss it at the...
That's the buck being passed, isn't it, to the highways session? Yeah, which is fair enough.
We will go in, presumably, to the traffic generation with and without development along the rural lanes, won't we?
We will. It's something that we talk about, but it's also something that Mr. Bamber for the Rule 6 parties
Yes,
talks
yeah,
about
yeah.
as well. I think he in particular talks about it from the other side of the fence, as it were. So that'll be a topic.
Yep. Okay, let's leave that topic. Okay, thank you very much. Right, we've only got a couple more things to consider. So, yeah, this was a point you specifically made, Ms. Bonnie, I think, about public rights of way that go close to the sports facilities and the school. Was it? Hang on a moment. The sports facilities, which is in the southwest bit, and also this one here, which, well, the one near Robmasham, in fact. Was it a school or? Yes, here. Just to the two blue areas. I think that's what you're getting at. You were a bit concerned, weren't you, about the any noise and what mitigation? Because public rights of way go quite close to those two things, I think.
Yes, so yes, it is about those, and obviously the change in environment there, and I think you can say the same. So wherever there's a network, there's even down by the M2, there is also that issue. But yes, it's about the impact there, and obviously these buildings, it'd be their noise, because so in Robmasham now, even at the football club at Woodstock, you can hear that. It's just the acoustics of the area, and I don't think people realise that, even how far the acoustics travel. So, in Robmasham, we can hear the SCC school when they've got, this is down on the A2 between Bapchild and Sittingbourne. You can hear when those fixtures, and if they're lit, you can visibly see it because it's such an expansive view. Ditto for noise, and if you're obviously walking along the prow, it's a different environment, but also from the built environment perspective of what that will be, they're normally big boxes.
So your concern is basically the change in experience?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak about that? Mr. Whisker, got anything to say?
Not particularly. It might be one. Mrs. Brockhurst has given evidence. We're trying to work out how best to respond to it in terms of which discipline this point falls into. But Mrs. Brockhurst has given some evidence on, and she's just turned the camera on the experience of prow users particularly from a visual amenity point of view. And it's not the same thing, but we think that's about the closest we could get. So to pass the baton to her.
Mrs. Brockhurst, should we hear from you? Like to comment on that one?
Yeah, just briefly. Yes, of course, the environment will change for the users, and there will be increased noise levels in some areas, and that may have a consequence elsewhere if traffic flows are reduced in other parts of the footpath network. But there isn't anything that's been created that will make the noise environment associated with the public right-of-way experience unpleasant or prevent people wanting to access. We're not talking about an ongoing development which has, loud noises or a constant detrimental impacts on the noise environment, because what we're doing is what we already have, which is houses and roads and lanes. But there are areas, because of how the landform will change and with vegetation, that there will be mechanisms which create sort of quieter areas. But there will be change, and we've never said there won't be, but that's the situation.
It was just for your note. You know that there's a noise statement of common ground with Swale, which
Yes.
is but as far as that goes, which is 34.10, just for your
Yeah.
no, which is reasonably short, but obviously confirms that overall the noise work that's been done as part of the application's all agreed. And another thing that's agreed is that potential mitigation requirements, such as they are, will be progressed through detailed design and down the line.
Okay. Do you want to say anything more about that?
I mean, obviously, it's the change of experiences. We've got little village schools, in the centre of our village, but they are little. And, we're talking 100, 200 pupils. These are going to be sizable schemes. And, if you're going for a walk in the countryside, you're going to get away from that noise. That's the whole purpose, probably, of you going for a walk in a rural environment. And that is, changing that quite fundamentally. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as been said previously, well, certainly you couldn't put on the southern site over 7,000 houses on a piece of land without, changing the general rurality, if you like, of the parts where, well, all of it really. So, I think that's obviously a detrimental impact which has to be weighed up with, other things.
That's
well,
yes.
I think you've obviously got the noise and usage of the school, if I may, Mum, but clearly it also draws in a lot of traffic. And I don't know, we haven't seen the detail. All we've got is a blue blob that says it might be, that it's a school. But, if that attracts with it lots of parents dropping off around that area, and you've got already, the issues of country lanes and you've got to cross it, etc., then it's a slightly different experience than going into the countryside. And I agree, yes, if this is approved, then there is a change. But if you're putting a school in, should you not be putting that in the heart of your new community, not right on the edge of it?
I'm not sure that's a prow. Anyway. I'm just going to say the layout and where the school goes and all of that is a very interesting topic, but I mean it extends way outside what we're talking about today.
Sorry, thank you for reminding me. The only other question I had was the final one on my list, which was really any implications, supposing the Secretary of State decided to allow the northern site and not the southern site, then would there be any implications involved in terms of management strategies and all that sort of thing? Public waste rights of way strategies.
I think fundamentally, from our perspective, the strategies and the provisions for further prowl management plans, that they are in place. The two sites are dealt with separately within the strategy, and so that's certainly covered within the existing strategies as they've been drafted and agreed with KCC. So those provisions are well and truly covered if the northern site was brought forward alone.
And what about the contributions as well to the footpath down by the coast and all the other things? Is that also separate?
So, as I understand, that's been borne out separate to each of the applications.
It has, ma'am. The King Charles III Inland Coast Path contributions tied to the northern site. So that would come forward in respect of that. Then beyond that, the sites are dealt with separately, both in terms of the strategy and contributions. So I'd see no difficulty with that. Right,
okay, thank you very much. So is there anything else on that anyone wants to comment? comment on.
Can we just check with Mrs. Brockhurst, who I think wanted to say something on the north, not the south question?
Yes, Mrs. Brockhurst.
It's just really a point that related to a matter I raised in my evidence in chief, but also is contained in figure 1 of CD 37.12.2, which is your way up the balance of north-south in combination. But I think when we talk about the absence of a scheme, what we also have to accept is that, as I noted, in excess of, I think it's a total of 700 hectares of land has been developed or is allocated for development, which, as you can tell from figure 1 in the appendix to Mr. Whitaker's statement, means the absorption of public rights of way within the settlement without planning for all of the other things. So there is an enhancement that's provided by a comprehensive strategy, which means that instead of a constant absorption of footpaths in urban areas, and I recognise the change, there is a sort of a greater advantage to having a planned strategy that's comprehensive.
What was the reference you gave again?
It's figure 1 in CD 37.12.2.
Oh, that's right, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Well, were you going to speak on that, or do you want to raise something else?
Oh, just if the north went ahead on its own.
Yeah, go on.
So we're just sort of thinking through the consequences of, getting up to things like the number 1 cycle route or the national coastal path or whatever, crossing through to the north. Because obviously you've got the junction onto the A2 there, but it looks like Hempstead Lane will be cut off, blocked off, which is the normal route you would take. So I'm just, so if I just look at, so if we just look at one of your, I don't mind any one of the north maps.
It might be CD 19.6. Is that what you're looking for, a drawing that shows the...
Or any one of them.
So can't be 19.
1.19 point, sorry, 1.19.6. 19.6. This is the, and on PDF page 28. Is it where the Hempstead Road junction is formed with the Northern Relief Road? Is that the...
Sorry, it's further up. I think it gets cut off because the Northern Relief Road comes across Hempstead Lane, doesn't it?
Is that the bit you wanted to...
Yeah.
talk to? Yeah.
Well, it was just, for example, if you're walking or cycling from the south, you'll cross the A2 as you normally would. I don't... got...
So you said 1.19.6.
Page 28. Should see a section of road drawing there.
It's then, because we do get quite a lot of people walking and cycling up that way. Walking's not such an issue because presumably, providing you're not getting rid of the footpaths around Stones Farm, you can walk across. More is if you're cycling, how will that connectivity across and up north be easily accessed? Other than, I presume, you'd have to go onto the main roads through your development. It's blocked. Yeah, that's correct. Whereas currently you just go straight up Hempstead Lane.
So depending on where you're coming from or to, so if you're coming from the A2, you still have the option of travelling on Hempstead Lane. It's at the same level, so the design at the junction could incorporate a crossing, not a full signalised crossing, but an island at that junction in the design quite quite comfortably, or the majority of demand is likely to come from the A2 and use the alignment of the Northern Relief Road, for instance, and use the cycle facilities on that. So it depends on where you're coming from and to. You're talking about accessing, say, National Cycle Route 1.
From the south, from Robinsham, you've come up, Pantony Lane, you end up on the A2, normally you just cross over and you duck over literally across the A2 and up Hempstead Lane.
But obviously, the alternative route that might be provided would be to follow the parts of the Sustainable Movement Corridor on the Link Road through Oakwood Village onto the Northern Relief Road on the cycle facilities on there, and then join Hempstead Lane at that point there. So apparently someone's navigating it for us. So
it's not home time yet.
Yeah, so that would be probably a quite a good cycle route to take, actually, because the cycle facilities along the proposed infrastructure, be it the Sustainable Movement Corridor and.
Stopped up, isn't it?
Yeah, so it becomes a cul-de-sac at the south, and then it connects as a T-junction to the north.
So can you get, if you're going from the south, could you get across there? Or?
Yeah, it's all at grade. Yes, it's stopped up to vehicles, but there would be nothing stopping. It would probably retain pedestrian connectivity from the end of Hempstead Lane south, let's call it, south of the road, into the corridor of the Northern Relief Road and onto the footway provision there. So it's not a fence or anything that's gone up. It's being terminated for traffic, hence the turning head that's provided. So that, say, refuse vehicles can still service Hempstead Lane, the cottages on Hempstead Lane South. So there's nothing stopping that continuing to take.
So that could become a cycle path over that.
Or
would that require? Well, I suppose you've got to cross the Northern Relief Road, haven't you? So you'd have to put in some sort of, I don't know, traffic lights or zebra crossing or whatever it is.
Because it's a right turn junction with an island, you'd typically have like a refuge island on one of the sections of where you've got the hatching in the road. So you would cross at that island point there. So it would be fairly easy to integrate that into that design.
We are talking about the intersection of Hempstead Lane and Northern Relief Road.
Because it's designed as if you zoom in, it's designed as a right turn lane, so it has hatched areas either side of it that lend themselves to a central island to allow you to cross in 2 stages, whether walking or cycling. But there's nothing legally preventing you continuing along Hempstead Lane by foot or by cycle.
What
is that close?
traffic speed is that section?
This section would be most likely. I mean, it's been designed to say 40 miles an hour, so that would be the most logical assumption there. It may end up being 30 through the design process, but assume 40 for the moment.
It's not brilliant, is it?
We're competing with traffic.
Yeah. I suppose my point is that this is a really valuable asset, having number 1 cycle route and a national coastal path, and it's making sure that there is really good accessibility to that.
Yeah, I think so. So the fundamental link, I'll come back to, the Sustainable Movement Corridor, all of the cycle lanes that are on this drawing, the key journey is improved for that route, as opposed to using just, as you said yourself, rural lanes where the provision is cycling on mixed environments. There's dedicated facilities for the vast majority of this route until you get to Hempstead Lane itself, when you just join the corridor you were on previously. So I think possibly overall, particularly if you're going from somewhere like Robinsham, you'd probably find it was a better route that you would take for that journey.
But if you were cycling along the southern side, from the A2, you'd have to do a right turn into the T-junction, wouldn't you? So if you're on a bike, if there's a lot of traffic, would that be a bit dangerous, do you think?
So there'd be 2 choices. You'd either be doing it on road, as some cyclists prefer. There's always the clash between cycling facilities, those who want to be on road and ride with traffic. But as I was saying, that you could have a crossing facility, an island crossing facility, would be more than adequate at this junction location, within that hatching area that I tried to identify there. Okay. I don't see any reason why the ability to swap over to the side there would be any inherent safety issue. It's quite normal to do that in that location, if that specification.
And also, I mean, as has been said, depending on where you're going, you've actually got a dedicated cycle. I mean, that the blue wash on this plan is showing a dedicated separated cycle route. I appreciate it depends where you're actually trying to connect to National Cycle Route 1. You get into it, you're not crossing, if you're coming up from the A2, you're there, sort of thing. You don't have to cross any road in order to get onto the cycleway, because the cycleway is running along the south of the...
But you have to cross it if you're going up Hempstead Lane.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's what I'm saying. That assumes that you need to go north on Hempstead Lane, when in fact you could turn left and go north, whatever that is, northwest, and connect to the National Cycle Route at a different place. So to the northwest. But perhaps we can come back to this one.
Would you have to cross the railway line then?
Yeah, I mean, depending on it's very much depending on where you're going. I mean, I think maybe the point Mr. Simon is making is that for a number of people, say for instance, accessing the employment areas on the existing Northern Relief Road, for say commuting trips, Hempstead Road, Lomas Road, National Cycle Route is probably going to be subservient to actually staying on the Northern Relief Road and in its dedicated facilities and using the new bridge crossing. So it's very difficult. It really depends where you're going and where you're coming from, and yeah, the core route is likely to be to those key trip attractors of employment areas. But I think it's a valid point from Ms. Bonnie that and it should be carried through that some, as you said, some ensuring you can cross the road in that location and getting makes a lot of sense.
I just wanted to flick back. I just wanted to raise concern. Let me find my notes around the Green Bridge. Sorry, Mum. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. And I think it's in, just to give you a CD reference, it's 7.31.6. That's a transport assessment, volume 6. Someone's buzzing, not me. Page 47, and it's a drawing. And it's drawing 16-023/2012D Rev. And that's your sort of Green Bridge layout. Oh, sorry, do you want me to repeat that? That is CD 7.31.6. And the drawing number is 16-023/2012D Rev. That's on page 47, apparently. 47. And it looks a bit like Spaghetti Junction or a heart diagram. And so it's got a long... Let's go back to our hybrid plan there. It was really to talk about... What's it called? Let me just scroll down a little bit and I'll get you the right reference number. Right, so ZR158, which is just below that junction, and it's a green dotted line on that drawing. Yeah. So if I just point on mine, there's one there. And then you've got 159 down here. And at the top, you've got coming in at the top at 12 o'clock is 155. Yeah. And I don't really understand how those cross that Green Bridge structure. So I did a little sort of tracing exercise on sort of pavements, just because I know this is an example of the Green Bridge and how pedestrians would walk down. So if you were coming down the new Southern Relief Road, if you're a pedestrian, you'd be using the side where there's the pavement and following it round. And I was trying to work out if you were going to walk or cycle, how you would get round this structure to get into the science park. And as you can see from my yellow markings, it's all rather convoluted here. And equally, if you wanted to then come out of the science park and get into the new estate, how you would cross all of that. Meanwhile, you've got these footpaths, 158 and 159, crossing, but I can't really see how they cross and connect. It's a bit of a trisection of different footpaths coming into that area. But at the moment, it's fine because they all lead on to Broad Oak Road there, and across the green space between the Science Park and Ruins Barn Road. So it was just to understand that area, because if you're using a footpaths network, how do they all hang together? How is that impacted? Because the ZR159, which is just off that heart diagram down at the bottom on the right-hand side, is actually a really quite a nice walk from the bottom of the valley in Rodmersham leading up to the science park. And it used to be that many of the workers from Shell who lived in Rodmersham would walk up that to work. But that's obviously quite radically changing that area in its character and its nature of what's being planned to be put there. But it feeds directly into that network of footpaths over in that direction.
So your question is, how did it cross that interchange?
Yeah, and what is the impact on the users of that? Because this is the one where I think there was a discussion about trees on roundabouts.
Okay, Mr. Wild, do you want to? Or
I mean, just in terms of the PROW network there, fundamentally the strategy sets out that there will be some localised diversion of those routes to congregate and effectively use that facility to enable them to cross the proposed relief road. So obviously they do all, as has been alluded to, they do all sort of congregate in the same area. So there's an opportunity there with some minor diversions to enable them to utilise that facility to cross, yes, the Green Bridge to cross over the relief road. So that's what's set out in the strategy, and obviously, would require orders as we discussed earlier, but fundamentally that's what's been put forward and agreed with KCC.
Okay, if I just interject as well in terms of the sort of functionality. Obviously, the drawing that's referred to there, which I've now rather stupidly closed down, that's an engineering feasibility drawing of the highway, the junction. So although we refer to it as the Green Bridge, that isn't where to go to look at what the Green Bridge form would take. This is to show that in engineering feasibility terms, if you have a bridge in this location of this width, what would the extent of the junction be to operate as what crudely we would call a grade separated junction? I think actually Mr. Murdoch is probably able to provide some references that I can't quite find at the moment, but to landscape strategy, which provides a better illustration of the function. I think that might help a little bit, Ms. Bonnie, in terms of visualising the function of it. I haven't got the CD reference, so John, have you? I don't know if...
We've got CD 37.2.2. There's a artist's aerial view of the Green Bridge. Yeah. Page 12. Oh. Is it page 50, 53 and 55? There it is.
Yeah, it's page 25, both paginated and PDF.
So it's the bottom right hand sketch, which shows the green bridge sweeping over the top of the Southern Relief Road and the network of footpaths which run adjacent to the carriageway and then connect up with crossings across the slip roads and carriageways.
So for some context, the existing footpath that Ms. Bonnie was referring to is to the left, I think, on that plan, isn't it? The
So the yellow highlights of the 3 footpaths.
yeah, so the one in the bottom right there isn't on this drawing. You can't see that, but the one that cuts across the road there isn't shown on that drawing, obviously, because it's diverted onto the green bridge. But visually, if you can imagine, it would be to the left of that sketch because you're looking west on that, aren't you? Looking to the west. It just goes. I think it just gives a better understanding of the form of it. The engineering drawing is a bit cold and black and white and harsh. As Mr. Murdoch says, you can see the crossing points they're provided on the slips.
Those crossing points on the sort of arms of the coming off the bridge in the lighter colour, yellowy colour.
Yeah.
What would they be? Would they just be
Signal control.
they'd be
Yeah, because that's part of a junction there. So that's signal control junction. So. Oh, sorry, I thought I was already on. Thanks. Yeah, so that crossroads is a signal control crossroads as proposed. So they would be integrated within that signal control junction. So that sort of light brown colour is showing sort of where they would be. But what's been effectively tested, if you will, within the transport assessment is the concepts of signal control. And then that leads to, fundamentally, you have on the highway design, you have a footway on one side and a footway cycleway on the south side, and both have crossing facilities across. But how that interacts into the green bridge is definitely a sort of design and an integration point that's going to follow in due course. So you've got an engineering solution alongside landscape, and those two will come together through the design process.
Thank you. I think this is a sort of a classic, we've got an indicative design for engineering, and then we've got an indicative master plan sketch, but not the two together. And my fear is, we end up with this yellow squiggly line of what a footpath, the route that you have to take as a pedestrian, because this is clearly designed for road users and not for pedestrians. There's a lot of crossing to do. You say it's signalised. It's the only bit of detail that we're now being told. I'm not clear as to, you're saying it's definitely signalised. Well, is it? I suppose is the question here. The experience of the road user, the prow user here is going to be quite different. And I think there's an elevation as well, because this is going to be quite a significant bit of kit that's going to be lifted up in the air, obviously, because it's a green bridge structure. And other pedestrians walking under or over or around these arms on this green bridge.
I'll come back on those 2 points, actually.
Yeah.
So, as we're talking about crossroads in this location, it will be signalised, and the transport assessment assumes it and models that. You wouldn't get away with designing a crossroads as other highways colleagues if they were here from KCC. It couldn't possibly be a non-signal controlled crossing. With respect to the level difference, we touched on earlier about why this location was chosen in particular for the Green Bridge, because of the natural valley that, as I think I mentioned earlier, how when you're on Broad Oak Road, you really do feel the drop down and back up again. the reasoning for that is to try and pick a location where the respective land levels either side are, I think, so repeating topics we've been on before, but are largely the same as the bridge crossing. Yeah, not precisely, but you're certainly no longer. So arguably, if you're travelling from east to west, you've got less level challenges in this scenario because you're travelling across a bridge that's at the same level as the land either side, rather than going downhill and back up again. Again, it's rather subjective whether that's an improvement or depending on what the intention of your journey was. But certainly linking from, say, the science park to the residential, it's going to be a fairly flat connection with 2 road crossings needed to complete that journey as designed.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Apologies, Mum. And just one on the north, which is north of the railway line. There is yes, north of the railway line. Last one. I'm trying to find my notes. Because we've obviously got this other scheme that's come forward to the north, and this scheme connects into it. There is an existing public right of way. Let me find you a number. So, yeah.
I think that's the one that doesn't have to cross the road, isn't it? We were told it was going to be in the green corridor. Is that right?
Well, does it?
I don't know.
I suppose there's our map with the layover. And you're going to certainly have to well, you are, because the roundabout's there. So if you look on the north, on the red, you've got obviously the red existing OS, and then you've got the green infrastructure coming in. It clearly, you're going to have to cross it at the very least.
It looks as if it stops at the railway, does it?
Yeah, it stops at Lomas Road.
So it would be possible, it could be the other side of, just diverted to the other side of the relief road. I think that's what they're saying.
Well,
instead of going across, it just goes down the other side.
I suppose is the ownership boundary is very close there, and is there enough capacity there?
I don't know if you answered that.
And also the levels there. This is all, that infrastructure on the other side of the bridge is going to have to be raised up. So it's not going to be at grade, in my view. And I don't know, and I need the answer to this, but what was approved under the other scheme for that footpath?
We've got a note, haven't we? Have we got a note, Mr. Simons? On that northern land, north of the railway. You know, you were going to preparing a note to go with the section. We've got that, have we?
I think the starting point is the relevant land parcel in the note that we put in yesterday.
Oh, we did put one in, yes.
Yeah.
So, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
We just question it, so I raised that with you,
We're questioning whether or not there's room for it.
And about the levels of how that pans out. It is extremely tight there, and I think crossing the railway is also extremely tight. And it's a large piece of infrastructure that needs to be put in. And by our calculations, it's tight there.
Well, it wouldn't cross the railway, would it?
No, but what you need is that structure is raising up in the air to cross the railway line and the bridge, but the footpath is stopping at Lomas Road, so by definition that's got to be lower. So is there enough room to put all your kit to build your bridge to go over the railway line, as well as have your footpath at grade to come out on Lomas Road?
I don't know.
Or are you double-deckering it?
I may have misunderstood the line of your question earlier on when I thought you were referring to whether or not where the prow crosses the relief road near the roundabout, is that at the right level? Is that the question? Both. So
Both. There's two. Yeah. So there's two elements to that. Is that prow? It looks to me like it's crossing that roundabout.
Well, shall I answer that one first?
Yeah.
So obviously we're ramping down, as you correctly say, from a railway crossing, but essentially we're getting back down to grade in the vicinity of that roundabout. So the road is the land around there is sort of starts to fall away beyond that, but there won't be any particular challenges in getting a crossing at the roundabout that integrates with the existing prow in that location. So I think that was the first point you were concerned about, because obviously there's quite a distance between the railway crossing and the roundabout at which you're ramping down. So
someone said that I can't remember, was it you, Mr. Rosting, said that you might not need to cross the road.
I think I posed the option of actually running it to the west side in the green space. It does pose the question how you then get beneath the railway.
No, it doesn't. It stops at the railway, doesn't it?
It stops at Lomas Road, but you've got to get back to Lomas Road, haven't you?
I think in truth we've got options here, because the strategy sort of states that we would be crossing the road on its existing alignment. But obviously, more latterly, Mr. Rusling suggested that there might be potential to divert and not have that crossing. So obviously the strategy sets to determine this in detail at tier 2. So I think fundamentally it just gives us options here, and obviously the road will be further designed in more detail at that point.
Well, I would appreciate some clarification. So that is where the prow intersects with Lomas Road to the south, just north of the railway line. Is that the area you're referring to there, Ms. Swanee? Sorry to seek clarification.
Sorry, just repeat that.
So it's where the prow
Yeah.
intersects with Lomas Road, just north of the railway line,
Yep.
as existing. And your
Yep.
concern is whether or not the works for the bridge crossing associated earthworks will impact on that
Yeah.
area. Okay, so in that location, I believe the prow runs outside. Well, it does run outside of the extent of works for the bridge. So there's no impact on the prow as proposed, as the earthworks proposed. So you can fit all of that in the space without having any effect on the prow alignment in that position. And I believe possibly the prow might be outside of the red line actually in that location. I'd have to double check that, but I think it is.
It's on the it looks like it's on the boundary.
Yeah. So the end of the earthworks in that location, there's more than adequate space to do that without interfacing with that or interfering with that prow.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much indeed for taking part in that session. Very useful, and so that's that for today. So on Tuesday, remember, we're starting at 1:30, and there was something else, was there? I can't remember what it was, so I don't think it's very important. Good. All right, we'll have a lovely weekend.
Thank you.
Unless anything's... Something to say? No.
No,
Okay. Thank you all very much, and we will adjourn the inquiry till 1:30 on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Brockhurst. Hope you didn't want to say anything else.